This sitting is now resumed. Prior to the suspension, the business of this Honourable House was the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018. To this, we now revert. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to indicate at the outset my keen interest in this bill that is before this Honourable Chamber, and of course to declare at the outset my joy, the happiness that has been brought to my heart as a result of the Barbados Labour Party under the astute leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast in fulfilling pledges that were made before, during, and we will continue to do that after the campaign, after the general election, to ensure that the people of Barbados enjoy the best quality life that is available to them. And so I would wish, sir, to indicate my support for this legislation that is before us, associated with integrity and how we must uphold ourselves in every aspect of life, whether it's in the community where we live, in the place where we work, or wherever we go. We will continue to uphold those tenets for good living, for good discipline, for good governance, integrity, accountability, and everything else that goes with it. I had the opportunity, sir, to refer to our Covenant of Hope. And our Covenant of Hope at page 17 speaks to 10 basic principles, what we stand for in the Barbados Labour Party. And I believe it is not only the Labour Party, but there are many, many Barbadians, thousands of us, who stand for principle number 3 and number 9, because for me, these are more relevant to the discussion and to this bill that we are debating today, sir. And it says at number 3, the Barbados Labour Party stands for good and transparent governance. And this Labour Party has started the work and the business of the people of Barbados, hitting the ground early and ensuring that communication is fed to the people of Barbados about the affairs, whether they be financial affairs or affairs associated with their own living to do with health, education, and other social services. And goal number 9, the Barbados Labour Party stands for fostering civility, inclusiveness, and respect for diversity amongst our citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, in a document I read, it speaks to corruption. And it says government corruption has been defined as the abuse of public power for private gain. Such abuse, sir, has a long history. For it started in the Bible, and we know, sir, that the Bible reminds us in Exodus chapter 3, verse 8 and beyond, of laws prohibiting bribery in judicial cases, as we know, over 3,500 years ago. We read in the Bible about persons who were weighing items, and we know that 16 ounces would have made a pound, and some people were setting the scale where it would say 15.5, or it would say 13.5, and we had some vendors in town who used to do it too when you go to buy certain things from them, because they were cutting back that little bit, but it is still wrong. The point is wrong because you are cheating from the person who is paying you for the service that's being offered. And I believe, sir, that this kind of corruption, this kind of bribery and wrongdoing would not stop and cannot stop. It will not stop, but can be controlled by laws. It can be controlled by rules and regulations. And it goes on to say in that document aspects about corrupt public officials, sometimes who appropriate goods, take advantage of services to which they are not entitled, or even steal funds outright. And we know of some of that, not only in the international world, but right here in the Caribbean, and Barbados. They may also use their position to favor friends and relatives unfairly, and we have witnessed that, sir. I am an old girl on the block, and I've been here for a long time. I keep my mouth shut sometimes, but when I see injustice, I speak out, whether I am loved for it or not. In the 2013 Global Corruption Barometer published by Transparency International, it reported that, and I quote, people worldwide have the perception that 5 of the most corrupt institutions in the world are political parties, the police, public officials, the legislature, and the judiciary. Barbados must not be overlooked, although we are not able sometimes to be able to make certain determinations, and we will continue to be ruled by the law. But, Mr. Speaker, over the past 10 years, we have seen what can be lumped together in a cohort that we can identify, where we believe a lot of that has been happening, and there's always evidence to be shown. There are documents, there are houses, pieces of land for when somebody can purchase a spot of land in St. James near Apeshill area and Dingstown, and then gets one for free, Mr. Speaker, as though it is Kirpalanis or 5 and 10. Something is wrong with my country. And I want those ministers who are responsible and those civil servants who I know will be surcharged if they do not follow the rules and regulations, and they give a blind eye to corruption and it is found to be correct, whether a commission or whatever investigation happens, it is wrong. And it is disgraceful when the people of Barbados, especially our youth, look up to us, the members of parliament, and other people in high places whom we expect to know better, keep telling us, do as I say, but indeed they mean, don't do as I do. It is wrong, and whatever is wrong cannot be made right, because when you start wrong, Mr. Speaker, sir, you end up wrong. And so, any form of corruption for me and for this Barbados Labour Party and for thousands of Barbadians must be abhorred and stamped out with haste. Our youth caught with a spliff. Split what? They have the split in the teeth. Those who have a spliff and are caught with them, they are hauled before the court. Some of them are paid a fine, some of them are given a little caution, don't come back again, you've done it wrong this time, we'll give you a chance. But ever so often, many of them go back, they repeat, they go up to a place called Dodds Prison. Previous to that, they went up to a place called Glenderry Prison. And it is hurtful that sometimes there are others who seem to be staring the laws in the faces, who may be found as a part of a container full of drugs coming in Barbados. And you hear nothing more about the cases. Some come in 200 pounds of marijuana, the cocaine and so on. And the cases are not called, because I know the judicial system has that clog. But some of them seem to go into oblivion and nobody's, and you hear, but so-and-so son just got put up for a spliff because he's a little fella from one of the communities that we call the block, or we call in those depressed areas, if you want to call it that, before calling any names. And they have to face the court, their parents have to run around, get the money, pay for lawyers to be able to get representation. Some have no lawyers, and therefore the government or the state will give them that kind of representation, but it is still wrong. Whether you do it with a spliff, or you go and pick up 2 sardines, a tin of milk, and something else for your young baby, or for your family because you have nothing to eat and you're caught shoplifting, there is a penalty for that person. It should be the same for those who get involved in thievery at the highest level to the tune of millions of dollars. And so I abhor what is happening, and I just want justice not to be seen, not to be done, but to seem to be done. Justice must not only be done, it must seem to be done at all levels, Mr. Speaker, of our people. I took the bold initiative, sir, to declare my assets as well. And any assets that I have acquired, sir, or accumulated, have been acquired through just means. With the life insurance, then I believe I'll only get that when I die or if I cash in. And for the way things were going in the last 5 to 10 years, I nearly had to cash in mine. because I was living in a situation where it bleeds my heart when I see people are unemployed because an unreasonable and unfair and clueless government would have sent them home, and they were unfair in some ways. But even I could not make ends meet. But my assets have been declared, sir. Nothing fake, but even if it were fake, I am the kind of honest individual. I would have worked and earned what I have. I don't even buy a bingo card. When it's not bingo anymore, is it? Whatever you call it, if you call it a gambling game. I don't believe in it. I don't have any luck, except for bad luck.
Honourable Speaker, you mean the honourable member, the lottery?
The lottery. You see, because of my age, sir, and looking after the elderly, you must forgive me. But every minute of the day, I'm in the face of the elderly, but I'm also in the face of the youth, sir. Like these honourable members on this side, all these young gentlemen and these young ladies who are here representing the interests of the people of Barbados and shall conform, and I believe they will. That's why we were so heavily voted for. In this last election, 30 not out. And it is because of the policies and the programs that we have put to the people. And so I declared my assets, and I have them sealed and put away as well, where the others would have theirs. And I have been able to manage my salary from 1970 January in the government service, $130 per month. I survived on that, sir. Why can I not now survive on what I am receiving, and I go begging cap in hand or agreeing with persons who want to get contracts to be bribed to give something for something? I know how we look at this something for something in a different way. But when a person approaches any of us and says, listen, I want to get that contract, 10,000 is yours, something is definitely wrong with the mentality of that individual or those individuals who will receive it. Because at the end of the day, who are we fleecing? It is the government's purse. That is all of us here who are paying our taxes, and we're trying to fulfill our needs by conforming with the law in this land, sir. I also want, sir, to refer to this copy page of the Constitution of Barbados, where the Constitution Review of 1998, where at chapter 13 it refers to finance, and it talks about the Constitution. At 13.3, it talks about existing arrangements in Barbados that have not been achieved at the same level of independence and accountability as is evident in the United Kingdom. However, a large degree of transparency and accountability in the management of public affairs is assured in at least 3 ways. And those 3 ways, sir, are to do with the funds deposited in the consolidated fund and the annual estimates and so on. And then the Office of the Auditor General, that has been recognized by provisions in the Constitution, and the Auditor General is not subject to the control of any person while exercising his functions in his capacity of work. And then the other one, the third one, is there's a provision outside of the Constitution for a House of Assembly committee in the Public Accounts Committee, which is headed ex officio by the Leader of the Opposition and so on, and the majority of the members of the committee selected from among members of Parliament who do not hold ministerial office. And it goes on finally to say these 3 provisions have partially achieved their objective. There are, however, well-recognized deficiencies which must be corrected. And now that I've said that, sir, I'll go to the next phase to say that most of us in here in this honourable chamber, and most of those who preceded us, sir, are persons who came in with good character, I believe. Our parents and our foreparents espoused good virtues. There are certain basic tenets and morals in our society that our foreparents and our teachers and our guardians and our neighbors and so who looked after us ensured that we conformed. Good character, reputation, and the Bible tells you, a good name is rather to be chosen than riches or gold. I would rather my name that my mother blessed me with after her be carried with the reputation and the character that is necessary to climb to the highest heights, or to remain at the lowest low, because when you have your character and your integrity intact, nobody can say anything or do anything with you, because you know that you can stand up to the scrutiny. And I always say, Mr. Speaker, sir, my life is an open book. Open any page, and you can see for my size, I have many pages. Open any page, read, and inwardly digest. And therefore, I came into this honourable chamber, sir, in 2001 with my character intact and I will leave, sir, with my character intact. And I advise my honourable members and colleagues to do so. So we had a time in our history, sir, where a testimonial from some role model or somebody in the community you knew was so critical. We have changed whatever was good about that. And our testimonial is generally determined about which degree you have and in what area, and the person is your referee and so on and so forth. And we do not look into people and the character and the interests that they have, that we can determine whether people and the suitability that they should bring to the job or to the project that they're doing is important. And I think we must get back to those testimonials where people in the neighborhood know you. If you want to become a police officer or a member of the defense force, they send out their folk into the villages and so, and ask questions of the lowest of the low, and the poorest of the poor, of the rich of the rich. Say, do you know Cynthia Ford? Do you know so? In order for them to do that critiquing, in order for them to put you in a place of confidence and responsibility. And I believe our society needs to get back to that. And so, sir, the free education, the great health services, and so on, have positioned us to climb this social ladder. This upward social mobility has helped many of us, and my colleagues in here would have come through what I call the hornpipe. Stark poverty, but pride of parents, particularly our mothers and grandmothers and the women folk who remain in the home. They instilled in us the Aesop fables, the Bajan sayings, oh, have your big belly cow and help you feed it. Well, it looked to me as though nobody, anything, big belly cow get give it for free. And I don't know who is feeding it now. But it is wrong, and we've learned so much. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And so on and so forth we've learned. And I'm not seeing much of that coming through. From slavery, our forefathers built this foundation, and our foremothers, if that is a word. And they made sure that we instilled in ourselves those good virtues of hard work, dedication, honesty, building a good integrity, living up to the standards. You don't do a half day's work and expect to get a full day's work. They taught us all of those things. Be regular and punctual for work. And now it seems as though many of those have forgotten it. And we were raised in a Christian environment, Mr. Speaker, where those principles of integrity and fairness, accountability, hard work, equity, pride, industry, fairness, justice, all of them were instilled in us, and the schools and the church helped to be one of those pillars that have placed us in this good stead. And there's no justification, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you. None at all. There's no justification for any man, woman, child, and that says priest, teacher, police, lawyer, servant, doctor, politician, or whatever profession there is, to be out there breaching the laws by getting involved in corrupt activity. No law, Mr. Speaker, is above. No one, Mr. Speaker, is above the law. And I know you have very good, strong legal training. You're one of the best lawyers I know in this country. And I hope, sir, that you will continue to fulfill the law, because there are some lawyers who are just as crooked as the shoemaker that held your shoe, took your money, and never made the shoe better for you to get it back to wear it. And therefore, sir, I want to say that we cannot in Barbados have rules for the Medes and different ones for the Persians. We must conform with rules and regulations, sir, and ensure that every citizen, despite his color, class, creed, political persuasion, or employment, that they conform with the law. When the law is breached, then they must be confronted, and whatever investigations reveal, go up the road if that is what it should be. Because Glengarry Prison served its purpose. Dodds Prison was an expensive prison. It is one of the best in this hemisphere, and it has to carry out its duties there, those workers, so that we make examples of some. And across the Caribbean, you are hearing about a minister who would have breached the law by doing whatever, overruling somebody else, and so on and so forth. It has to stop. I have grown tired of it. I'm too old to be hearing these things that as a young girl growing up and a beautiful damsel, I have never heard of politicians being engaged in such behavior. We have held commissions before, sir, and those commissions cost the Barbadian public and the taxpayers millions of dollars. And I have not heard a thing come out of any of them. Recommendations, yes, good way going forward, but not the fellas, as far as I'm aware, locked up, sir, got locked up. You are legal, sir, so you might be able to correct me quietly otherwise. But I have not heard.
Honourable Member, you can also speak to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. He can enlighten you also.
The member for Christchurch South. Yes, sir, and he's smiling too, but if he ever misses or robs any old man or old woman of their benefits, you can tell, sir, that I will not even want to see him. I will not want to smell him, and I know he won't come near me, but I know he's an honourable gentleman, sir. And he has been out there establishing himself, and he too would have been born in a large family where parents cared for him and ensured that he upheld the law in every respect. No wonder why he's where he is today. Good parents and teachers and guardians. Today, Mr. Speaker, sir, not a fella has been charged for mismanagement or of the affairs of ministries or boards or businesses. None has gone to Glenderry then or to Dodds now. And daily we witness the conflicts of interest in this place, where persons would have been given a contract for $100,000. And we are told, and we got some documents too, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the whoever would have been a minister or the parliamentary secretary or somebody else in the political party or in the family said, if it is $100,000, make it $150,000. And I can split the 50. You take 25 and I take 25 too. And we're complaining about how our children got the way they are. We, the adults, have started to set that kind of example, and the children are copying us because they're like little sponges drinking in the good and the bad, and they don't know when to decipher what is and what is not. But once they're getting gain, that is the problem. So we have documents, sir. We have photographs. We have messages. And those who served before that were in authority, sir, think that they are untouchable. But God is not asleep. God is not asleep. I have a document in my hand, sir. It might have been made a document of this house before, because we're aware of the numerous aspects of mismanagement that took place in the last administration, the previous administration, 2008 to 2018. And at the highest level in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, the highest level, there is a document about a senior citizen in his wheelchair waiting for his money to be able to carry out his duties and maintain himself. And that poor old man had to go to a high court for a judge to get the judgment for him to be able to get back nearly $250,000. And then we hear an honourable Prime Minister, the honourable Prime Minister then say, go and get a good lawyer. And they dismiss the no confidence motion. Look, this book here, sir, I've been walking with it for years. It's called Empowering People with Disabilities Against Abuse. If that is not emotional abuse of the highest order to a disabled man in his wheelchair, Mr. Speaker, tell me what else it could be. To destroy that human fabric that was waiting patiently for the funding to be able to look after his family or to clear his debt. And there's so many of them, and there's some lawyers who are fleecing poor people, Mr. Speaker. And I want more of them to be put before the Bar Association. I want some of them to get locked up. There are some teachers who are not doing it right either. There are some police officers, there are some entertainers, there are some people, some priests and all, whom we would expect to know better, who are fleecing people, some poor, some not so poor. If it is wrong, Mr. Speaker, it is wrong. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, about $40,000 and the $30,000 that was played into the magistrate's court at St. Matthias, and the 30 would have been done at District D. Vanish in thin air. Child maintenance would have been included in it. Fines that people had to pay. To this day, Mr. Speaker, they can't be found. Central Bank, $1 million was taken. And to this day, that person has not been brought before a court of law. That $1 million, though, is the funds of poor people in Barbados who honestly go and pay their fees. And they pay their national insurance. They do their PAYE. They pay the VAT and everything else. $1 million missing from a central bank, and nobody can say anything about it in small Barbados. Something is wrong. Mr. Speaker, I can go to the diesel at the transport board that was being sold illegally. There was no legislation to allow it, but it was helping out the ZR people and the minibus and those to be able to go forward. And can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, Another 40,000 went missing one night. To this day, it has not been found. I don't know if it went in the gas tanks and got destroyed or whatever, but that has never been found. A tractor and a bobcat at NCC in a container rusting, ordered from overseas, and the invoices that are in the customs not matching what was delivered to NCC. I believe now that that tractor is corroded, because you're talking 8 or 9 years ago, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General's report about the Barbados Water Authority, where an amount of just over 200,000 Barbados dollars were to be paid to the Water Authority to bring in some pipes and some pipe corks or faucets, if you call them in a good name, and some whatever it is was necessary. The money was paid out in 200 and something US dollars, Mr. Speaker, sir. Not a nail, not a screw, a pipe cork, a pipe, nothing. Where is the accountability? And when the Auditor General makes his claim in the 2016 the Auditor General's report, not a response yet, Mr. Speaker. Something is wrong in Barbados. A bobcat stolen of all days, Easter Sunday, 2015.
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll wrap it, sir. Easter Sunday, and to this day, MTW has not found that bobcat. Who has it? In small Barbados, where is it? In the sea? Mr. Speaker, the issuance of ZR permits, minibus permits, ZM permits, and so on, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 each. And I don't think there's any registration up to now at MTW. Where has that money gone, Mr. Speaker? I want to say that it is about time that all people in Barbados, I had 15 of them, Mr. Speaker, and I can't give you all 15, but you will get them again. Another occasion. This book was given out by the Democratic Labour Party, and they were so ashamed when they did the meeting at Welshman Hall at the post office. They left it, every last one of these projects, Mr. Speaker, still in there. Serenada sang that song, still in there. The police station at St. Thomas isn't finished yet. The Dumbarton part in touch. You hear the K Hill. You hear of the Water Authority building, still in there. Almost every project in this book, I can make it a document, the House Fair, because they left a whole part. They were not interested in them anymore. I want to say, sir, I strongly support this effort that would have been a political promise, a manifesto promise. And I want to say to my leader and my colleagues, straighten up and fly right if you are at any time indicating that you want to do wrong. Because I shall be one of the first to be in the court to say, I have the document, Your Honor, treat to it, because Barbadians must continue to live with pride. Barbadians must continue to respect and honor the role models we call members of Parliament. And I thank the people of St. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the privilege to be in this honorable chamber. For if I had had a bad reputation, 5,100 and something votes is no easy amount to be able to knock off in any time, because they believe that I have integrity, they believe that I will represent their interests, and they believe that I will continue on that mantra that you must stamp out wrongdoing and always stick to the right, because when you start wrong, you end wrong. And the good book says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Love your brother and sister as you would love yourself. And once you give the glory to the Lord, and once you do what is correct, God will give you and show you the blessings, as he has this 30 of us in here, including the honorable member for St. Michael West, who is a godly man, sir, an honorable bishop. And I believe it's because of his good living that he has been able to be elevated to this. I admonish all of my honorable members here, sir, and these young people and others in the gallery, stick to what is right, because when the corruption hits your face and you adhere to it, the disgrace you bring on your family, your neighbors, your constituents, and all others, and then you hear, I tell one or so, all of them is big thieves. All of them is criminals and are going to get rich. Sir, I am obliged to you. Thank you sincerely for your patience.
The honourable member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to say, first of all, I also want to thank the honourable member for St. Thomas, the older of the fours, the honourable member, for her contribution. I want to say that I rise to give my unequivocal support to the Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, the Honourable Dale Marshall. I don't...
Attorney General, you cannot use...
The Attorney General,
numbers.
the Honourable Attorney General. I want to say I don't want only to support him, but I want to thank him for bringing legislation to this House, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member. It is not by happenstance, Mr. Speaker. It is not something that dropped out the sky. It certainly is not a kindergarten episode. Mr. Speaker, it was a promise made and a promise delivered. A promise made by this party on the campaign trail and a promise delivered. In the words of the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast, give me the vote and watch me. And I say today, this is evidence that we are in the business of keeping our promises to the people. We are in the business of making sure that good governance is the order of the day. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that integrity, when you talk about integrity, you talk about honesty, Mr. Speaker. You are speaking about strong moral principles, Mr. Speaker, about virtue, about decency, fairness, trustworthiness, and sincerity. Those things that were sadly lacking for the last 10 years. My good friend, the Member of Parliament for St. Peter, said the lost 10 years. And I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that it is important because when you stop doing the wrong things, it gives the right things the opportunity to catch up. And I am saying today, this is evident that the right things are starting to catch up on Barbados and on Barbadians. Because in a matter of 6 weeks, Barbados has seen a transformational change as it relates to governance. They have seen what it is to have good governance in this country. And I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that this bill not only seek to ensure that Barbadians have a chance to be the best that they can be in a fair and just country, but it seeks also, Mr. Speaker, to allow us to once again dream that special dream. And Barbadians, Mr. Speaker, sir, have been living the last 10 years in nightmares under a government who cares absolutely nothing about integrity, accountability. And as they traverse the length and breadth of Christchurch West Central, there has been one constant refrain. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the narrative is, what are you going to do about integrity legislation? What is the government going to do about the fact that there is corruption across the length and breadth of this country? And we made a promise, and today, Mr. Speaker, the promise has been put before the House, where it becomes legislation, and Mr. Speaker, accountability in this government will be the order of the day. People in Christchurch, West Central, and across Barbados want to know about contracts. And they want to have a microscopic eye as it relates to our engagement in contracts. As a government, they want to know that if a contract is worth $5, that it is not inflated where the boogeyman gets a percentage. That somebody has went in the cookie jar. They don't want to know, Mr. Speaker, that the money that is meant for certain projects. And Mr. Speaker, I can speak about projects in the tune of $600,000 that was supposed to be exposed to the scrutiny of the public. And it's supposed to go to public tender because anything over $200,000 supposed to go to public tender. And what has happened in the past is that person was allowed to cut that $600,000 in quarters where they were being paid $150,000, and that money was drawn down, as a way to mammoguide the public. And instead of 3 persons tendering for contracts over $200,000, we had situations where there was 1 person, and that person was a constant throughout the ministry. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, these things have to come to an end. The millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, that has been pilfered, plundered, that has vanished, sometimes they refer to it as looting of the highest order, that has been despoiled. Those millions of dollars could be put towards the rural work project that the Honourable Member of Christchurch West speaks so lucidly about. We can imagine how much potholes could be filled across Barbados with the millions of dollars that has been unaccountable for. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, and I have to thank the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East for the job that he has done in the South Coast. You can imagine if some of that money that has vanished had went to the South Coast, because the effluence has been removed. The South Coast has returned to affluence. And this has happened because the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East understands what it takes to be involved in good governance. He understands the importance of making sure that the mission critical issues of this government, that those issues are realized. And if, Mr. Speaker, the 400,000 and 400 million and more that of funds that are unaccountable for, if that money was there, Mr. Speaker, could you imagine how it would allow the albatross to be removed from the nets of Barbadians so that we can have an economic breathing space? Mr. Speaker, do you know how much of that money will be able to go to small businesses? Like the Member of Parliament for St. George South will tell you, the money that is needed so that we can realize our promise when it comes to the trust loans. Mr. Speaker, and in my ministry, the millions of dollars that were despoiled, Mr. Speaker, can be used with what I'm going to bring on stream in the next couple of weeks, something called the Buildings Block Project. A project that's going to give the youngsters who are right now taking up the powers, the tools of destruction. We are going to give them the tools of empowerment, Mr. Speaker. And even though the millions of dollars could be put towards empowering young people across Barbados, providing the wherewithal so that they can realize their dreams, so that they can become self-sufficient. That is what the millions of dollars that have been pilfered could do. And Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the building blocks, this is a project that is going to transform the lives of young people across the length and breadth of this country. And there's also a plan in place for a drive-and work program where young people in this country will be given the opportunity to learn to drive. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, and you look in the papers today, under the classified sections, one thing that you may see, and you will see guaranteed, is that drivers are wanted in this country. And once you got your license guarantee, a heavy-duty license, you get a job. These are practical things, Mr. Speaker. And when I say, and I talk about building blocks, I talk about it in a literal way, Mr. Speaker, and a figurative way, because Barbados must, using the creative imagination, and the Member of Parliament for St. Philip West can attest to the fact that we have conceptualized, Mr. Speaker, a Barbados where we, using the creative imagination, almost everything great in this world has been created by young people. And we are going to allow young people to create their own destiny. We are going to use that creative imagination and that creative drive to push Barbados and catapult us. It is the only thing that is going to work if we have all the tentacles of the young people working together to achieve one single goal, and that is not only to propel Barbados, to ensure that they become global citizens. to ensure that there's a level of self-sufficiency. And Mr. Speaker, to this end, I am saying that the millions of dollars that has been squandered with good governance, Barbados would not be in the position that is in today. We would not be at the bottom of the chasm. And I am saying today, ladies and Mr. Speaker, sir, that we have to do better. And that is why the Attorney General, my learned friend, the Honourable Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, that's why he has moved with post-haste to ensure that this legislation come to the fore. And I am happy today, Mr. Speaker, to be part of a government that understands that there is one Barbados, and that Barbados is a Barbados where there must be economic fairness. There must be a just society where every single person, despite of their demographics, despite of their social upbringing, despite of their race, religion, that every single person must have equal opportunities. And that is what this government is going to do. And Mr. Speaker, a pinch of that money, just a little bit, could have done wonders to the households in Barbados. Those that can't meet their basic needs. Those that are suffering, the indigent ones. And I heard the Member of Parliament for St. Thomas spoke about that earlier. We have to give Barbadians the opportunity. And the only way that it can happen, Mr. Speaker, is that we have good governance. And I'm saying today, Mr. Speaker, I am happy, I am proud that this government has made the initial step to ensure that Barbadians have the opportunity to be part of good governance, that we open, that there's a level of openness, that everything is done above board, and that persons in this august chamber, this hallowed chamber, are exposed to public scrutiny. I have no problem declaring my assets. As the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South said, he ain't got much to declare, so he can declare and declare and declare 3 different times, and he still ain't got nothing to declare. But I say, Mr. Speaker, that if you come in with 5 cents, and over the years you gather 10 cents, simple math will tell you that you have to end up with 15 cents. But on the other hand, I don't know what happened. They lost, and I have to remember that word, they lost 10 years. Persons came in with 5 cents and ended up with millions of dollars. And that is what we are trying to avoid, Mr. Speaker. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the money belongs to the people of this country. The public coffers are exactly what it is called, the public coffers. It ain't belong to any member of parliament. So there's no reason why there has to be a Houdini that trying to vanish and disappear money. Somebody call it political obeah. But Mr. Speaker, we have to be serious about good governance. We have to be serious about accountability. We have to understand the meaning of integrity. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we must understand that if we don't get it right in this country, Barbados will be Barbados no more. And it has to start from in here. And that is why we have put our reputation on the lines, Mr. Speaker. We have put our families' reputation on the line. We have opened up all the avenues so that Barbadians can judge us and judge us fairly for what we bring to the table. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be a member of a government that understands that the people's purse must be protected, that there must be a level of accountability for the spend, and that the only way that we can bring back trust and confidence in this country is if the country have the confidence in us as a good government. And the only way that can happen, Mr. Speaker, sir, is if this legislation, which is the integrity bill, is passed in this honorable house. And Mr. Speaker, to that end, I support the bill, and I want to say thanks. I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my voice to this most important debate of the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018. And I consider it a very important debate because the legislation itself is far-reaching, it is important, and it is right for Barbados at this point in time. There are several things that I can say about the bill that would be positive, but I think beyond anything else that I can say, I would wish to make the point that although, yes, this is the fulfillment of a promise we made during the last general election that we will actually bring this bill, I think it goes far beyond that. It goes far beyond that because this goes back to the covenant of hope that we made with the people of Barbados. A covenant of hope that says who we are as a party, what we stand for, what we will fight for, and how we will conduct the affairs of this country once we were given the mandate by the people of Barbados. And that's the most important part of this for me. I would like to place my comments within the general framework of what Barbados stands for as a country as it relates to corruption. And this goes back to March of 1996, when the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption was adopted in Caracas, Venezuela, back in 1996. It came into force in March of 1997, and Barbados became a signatory in 2001. That convention was ratified in this country only in January of this year. And it is important to start with that convention as a point of departure because we were very much committed as a country to this. And one of the goals of the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption is to promote, facilitate, and regulate cooperation among the state parties as it relates to, among other things, the punishing and eradication of corruption. I would also like to refer to the fact that Barbados is also a signatory to the UN Convention Against Corruption, although that convention is yet to be ratified by us as a country. So we have some international obligations where the fight against corruption is concerned, obligations that we, as a responsible sovereign country, must uphold. Obligations which will guide us as a nation and which should inform how we treat the corruption not only locally, but regionally and internationally. But I would like to argue, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot walk with confidence along the halls of justice in the international community. We cannot speak with conviction in terms of anti-corruption legislation if we do not take care of some domestic or local issues ourselves. And this is what we are seeking to do today as we bring this Integrity in Public Life Bill to this honorable chamber. And in this regard, I would like to compliment the honorable member for St. Joseph, the Honorable Attorney General and his staff, and those persons from the wider Barbadian society who would have contributed in any way towards this bill, as we made a decision to put this bill on Facebook and to invite the public for comments, and some comments were received. And I want to quote the Honorable Attorney General whilst he was speaking to this piece, the draft legislation in his capacity as the Shadow Attorney General of this country, and I quote, "Corruption is not something to be whispered in dark corridors. It must be rooted out of society. it not only affects our way of life and our moral underpinning, but it also costs the Barbadian economy untold millions in inflated contract costs every year. And it also affects our country's competitiveness and our reputation. And I find those words to be very, very significant. And when you look at the actual legislation and when you understand what it is that we are seeking to do here today, I believe that you would agree with me in terms of what the Attorney General stated back then. But the enactment of the legislation is only the beginning. The legislation itself provides the legal framework, the legal mechanism, the vehicle that will take us forward in terms of reaching the destination, the anti-corruption destination that Barbados wants to reach, and that Barbados as a country would like to become. And I wish to say here that the legislation itself is not intended and cannot change any one of us in this chamber. Not on its own. That is something that has to come from within. But the legislation itself serves to remind us as to why we are here, why the people of Barbados elected us to be here. The legislation reminds us that we are here to serve the people of this country, that we are not here to be self-serving. It reminds us that we have the moral responsibility and must have the moral and the intestinal fortitude to say to each one of us in here, if we are going down the wrong path, that we are doing something that is wrong. That is what it says to me. And the aspects of the legislation that I believe will address a number of issues that I've observed over the last few years. During the last 2 or 3 years of the last Parliament, it became very, very obvious to me that Barbadians, and using my constituency as a microcosm of the wider society, that Barbadians were beginning to lose confidence in politicians. The level of apathy that existed during the political campaign was an eye-opener for me. And even though we won 30 seats, all of the seats, it would be interesting to do a comparison of the actual voter turnout in this country during the last campaign. And although I myself got the largest amount of votes that a candidate has received in the city, and that I whipped my opponent 3-1 by the grace of God and the will of the people, the turnout in the city of Bridgetown was still very low. And I believe to a large extent it was due to the same apathy that I spoke to just now. People were not confident in us as politicians. And when one politician or one group of politicians do things that are not in the interest of the people, then all of us are painted with the same brush. And this legislation being introduced by this government seeks to change that way of thinking so that Barbadians can once again believe that there are good politicians in this country, that there's a good government in the Barbados Labour Party, that governance is intact, that our international reputation can and will be restored, and that those who follow us will understand that they are coming in to this chamber to serve the people and not to serve themselves. The major part of the legislation, however, for me, is the establishment of the Integrity Commission, because the legislation by itself will not do what is required if the commission, according to Ken Gordon, is a commission that is like a tiger without teeth. And he said that the chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Integrity Commission, because when that commission was first established, that commission was powerless to do what was required in order to enforce the law that was passed. But this commission, within this bill, soon to be legislation, soon to be act, this commission has the right to investigate on its own initiative once it is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for so doing. It is not subject to the directions or control of any person or authority. The Governor General may, in writing, request the Commission to investigate any matter falling within the functions of the Commission. And the part of it that I like, most of all, is the fact that the Commission will be treated as a law enforcement agency for the purposes of receiving disclosures of information which are relevant to its functions from any law enforcement agency, including a foreign law enforcement agency. And for the first time since I've been a member of this honorable chamber, I see a commission that will not be at the dictates of the minister who is establishing the commission, a commission that would have the autonomy to do that which is in the interests of the country without fear of favor, affection, or ill will. And that is, for me, the greatest part of this particular piece of legislation. But I want to say to each and every one of us in here that let us not depend on the legislation to tell us how it is that we are expected to operate as ministers of the Crown and in the interests of the people of Barbados. Let it come from within the bowels and the bosom of each and every one of us to do that which is right, that which is just, that which is righteous, that which the people of Barbados, in giving us a mandate of 30 seats, all 30 seats unprecedented in the history of this country. That is why they sent us here, because they were fed up with the governance of the last administration. And so, Mr. Speaker, I also urge all of my colleagues to look at Mark Twain's quote, which is loyalty to country always, loyalty to government when it deserves it. But I am confident that this Barbados Labour Party government, on the current trajectory and with the level of leadership that it has, will be in a position where this government will always deserve the loyalty of all of us. And I want to say that I support the bill as it is being tabled here today. I think it is extremely good for Barbados. I think a wonderful job has been done. And I know the people of the city of Bridgetown that sent me here and the people of this country that sent us all here would be very, very pleased at the end of the day when this bill becomes an act, becomes law, when it is proclaimed. And then I urge us all, and I urge our government to take the next step to ensure that the UN Convention against corruption is ratified. And so, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to leave a quote from a great man, the late great Mahatma Gandhi, with us all to ponder on. And I think it is most appropriate for the debate that we are undertaking here today, and this quote goes like this. There are 7 things that will destroy us: wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, religion without sacrifice, politics without principle, science without humanity, and business without ethics. End of quote. Now, if those are the 7 sins of the political class, if there is such a thing, then I want to say in the name of Jesus and on behalf of this Barbados Labour Party that I rebuke them to here today. Let us, as a government, demonstrate that Barbados stands for something, that Barbados will once again rise in this regional and international community, and that we will do what is right for our country, for our citizens, and for all those persons who have the pleasure of calling Barbados their home. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged.
You should come back.
The honourable member for St. James North.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as an extremely proud member of the parliamentary team of the Barbados Labour Party to be the first government of this country to bring integrity legislation before this parliament. Promises had been made in the past and never kept by the previous government to do so. In fact, the genesis of what we are doing today and what we started last week, Mr. Speaker, goes back to about 1984, as was mentioned earlier in the debate, when the now Sir Henry Ford, former Attorney General of Barbados, would have tabled legislation in this Parliament on the issue of integrity. The dissolution of Parliament in 1986 would have meant that that bill would have died. Subsequent to that, the last Barbados Labour Party administration would have empowered another former Attorney General, distinguished and St. George South Member of Parliament, Sir Louis Tull, to look into the bringing in of anti-corruption legislation in Barbados as part of a CARICOM effort and at CARICOM level, but that didn't come to fruition either before the Barbados Labour Party was voted out of office at the will of the people in 1994. The reality of the situation is that the last Democratic Labour Party government, and many would say that they came into office largely because of their promises made in the 2008 general election that they would pass integrity legislation and prevention of corruption legislation within the first 90 days of their office. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, they were in office for over 3,700 days and did not find it fit to establish such legislation. The result of that was that Barbados declined, for example, from number 15 in the world in terms of ratings by Transparency International, in terms of prevention of corruption, out of 182 countries with a score of 76, or with a score of 61, in fact, to 31 out of 176 countries, declining by points in terms of 15 percentage points. And as has been said by some of my colleagues previously, corruption costs a country in terms of its socio-economic development. In fact, it's estimated that the gross national product of a country declines by about 4% on average because of corrupt practices by those, especially in high places, but not only those in high places, at all levels in society. And Barbados became the laughingstock not only of the Caribbean, but of the whole world, because of the lack of, because of the whole treatment of governance by the previous government. And as the Honourable Member for Christchurch South said earlier today, the mandate of the people of Barbados in the election 2 months ago was not only a vote against an incompetent and callous set of people, but it was also a vote against corrupt practices of the highest order, spiritual wickedness in high places, that the Lord in the Bible condemns to the highest degree. But we had, what do you expect, Mr. Speaker? We had a tremendous reluctance by the last government to fulfill that manifesto promise of theirs in 2008 to bring in legislation to prevent corruption by their own people in this country and to bring in integrity legislation. You had the then Attorney General, gladly the Honourable Member for St. Philip West has got rid of him, hopefully from the political landscape.
Philip South.
St. Philip South, sorry. Got rid of him, hopefully from the political landscape for the rest of eternity. He said that people who were talking about integrity legislation were making silly and stupid noises, and that he couldn't find money to establish the Anti-Corruption Commission after they went through all aspects of debate in this parliament, both in the lower and upper house, and passed a Prevention of Corruption Act as one of their last acts of parliament in their first term of office. But he couldn't find money to establish a commission, but he said that he had to do more significant things in his ministry. But yet they could find money to appoint 450 people to constituency councils to give largesse to their people. You had a Prime Minister who, again, thankfully, because of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, will never see, I state confidently, any political office again in Barbados, saying that a 1929 Act, Mr. Speaker, as you know, based on a 1917 colonial Act, the United Kingdom Act, over 100 years old, was adequate enough to serve Barbados right now. In an act that was passed in an age where no one even contemplated that they would have one computer in the world, or that social media would be any concept that could be envisaged as we know it now. But that act was adequate. He said that only last year, October, November. And this is the same person, former Prime Minister, who up to 2012 was saying that the only reason why the Dems were not bringing in integrity legislation because it conflicted with the Prevention of Corruption Act, which was not the law of Barbados. So this kind of fooling people by fraud was something that the people of Barbados voted 30 love in a massive, massive way last election. And each and every politician, each and every person who offers themselves for public office or political office going forward has to understand that. We on this side, we in this parliament certainly understand that, Mr. Speaker. We had a situation where as the Honourable Prime Minister and Attorney General have both said, where contracts were given out in breach of financial and audit rules, that we as members of Parliament and members of Cabinet understand in a forum and a VU before that have to be observed, have to be, if you want to maintain the integrity and transparency and accountability of a system for the good of everyone who lives in this country. But yet we had, as has also been said during this debate, at least 2 government ministers from the former cabinet driving about with impunity, 2 luxury vehicles given to them by contractors doing business in departments, in statutory boards, falling under their ministerial mandate. And when we told them from that side, Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, that is wrong because, you know, you either learn right or wrong when you're a young person, as you know, Mr. Speaker. You're trained in criminal law, sociology, you understand life. You don't become someone who has integrity because you know a member of parliament or a cabinet minister. You learn this when you're young. And if you don't know right or wrong, as those two former cabinet ministers obviously did not know, you would never learn. Because one stood, and again, thankfully, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East has ensured that he will never see the light of political day again. He stood in this parliament and said that nobody can tell him what car he could drive. So he felt free to drive a car given to him as a gift, as a bribe, by a company that he then, or his ministry, obviously with his influence, awarded millions and millions and millions of dollars, whether it was through Cahill, whether it was through other aspects of Barbadian economy, all to the detriment of the Barbados taxpayer. And then we wonder how Barbados has reached here. We wonder how Barbados on May the 24th election was at the bottom of the poll in social and economic turmoil for the first time in its history since the abolition of slavery. But that's where we found ourselves. Never before. Since the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams took the reins of this country and brought up the vast majority of people from where we were before, that we get a group of people given power with that kind of attitude and absolute disdain, believing that the taxpayers' purse, that the coffers of the Barbados government belong to them, and that no one can tell them what they could do, how they must live, whether they could put money in a deceased relative's bank account away from the siblings, whether they could have overseas bank accounts with vast sums of money, whether they could have yachts all about the place,
That's the politics I told you about. That's my guy.
whether they could have big houses that you see on social media, and whether they could have 6 luxury vehicles and be boasting that they have $15 million in an overseas bank account, like one of them. That is what Barbados came to, sir. That is what the people have put us here to guard against. This is why this debate is an extremely decent, extremely important debate. Because rumors spread abound, and in the absence of integrity legislation, this type of legislation, so rumors would spread. This is Barbados, a small country that thrives on rumors. And the Honourable Attorney General said that he had people come to him, and I have people come into me too, sir, so I know what he's saying is true, about them having to pay $10,000 for ZR license. So these are the kind of people that this legislation seeks to protect, because those individuals now, by the whistleblower legislation, which we will have an opportunity to strengthen even more when it goes to select committee, because the whistleblower legislation will now allow someone who was told that they have to pay $10,000 for a ZR license to come and say who told them that and where the money went. Because that can't be right. We're not accustomed to that. We should never have been that way. But then, sir, you had ministers as well summoned before the Public Accounts Committee, an important committee, if not the most important committee of this Parliament, constitutionally enshrined, summoned before that committee on matters of housing and infelicities in the Ministry of Housing, and telling you straight that did not come in. The Attorney General, Honourable Attorney General, spoke to that too, because he was a member of the Public Accounts Committee. And lawyers writing the Public Accounts Committee to say that these ministers, 2 former ministers of housing, for instance, not coming to appear before a constitutionally enshrined committee of this Parliament. And lawyers who are beneficiaries of these corrupt practices, charging $5 million for Cahill work, as we have heard in this Parliament, awarded QCs recently, another one of $1.4 million. All incestuous, all the same people involved in this nonsense and corrupt practices. Though they are the 2 of the lawyers who wrote but could charge $1.4 million and be paid to water by Water Authority. Strapped Water Authority, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East will tell you. But this is all part of the corruption that pervaded Barbados over the last 10 years, and which has to be and will be brought to a stop. And the people of Barbados, sir, tell us every day, I mean, at least 10 people tell me every day, sir, that a politician got to get locked up, has to face the arms of the criminal justice system of this country. And I give 100% support to the Attorney General on that. He has my full backing, sir. I praise him for bringing this bill before Parliament. I praise the Honourable Prime Minister for insisting that it be brought, as he said it would have been at our conference in October last year, that it would be brought on the first day of Parliament. It wasn't brought on the first sitting day of Parliament. It was brought later in this Parliament on the second sitting day of this Parliament. And we here debating it today, even though we have economic issues to deal with, debt, everything. We believe that it's significant enough to be brought before you, before your Honourable House today, sir. That is how serious we feel. The Democratic Labour Party fooled around with this issue. As I said, they passed it through this Parliament as one of its last acts of Parliament in December 2012, just so that they could say in their manifesto in the LP performance, which is a document in the House 2008, 2012, that they enacted legislation, but never had any intention whatsoever of establishing the commission to deal with it. Because one cabinet minister in that time, in fact, told me they ain't bringing the legislation to lock up their own. That was their attitude. You've heard other speakers, other of my colleagues speak towards how, you come into politics to do good, to serve people and not for your selfish means. And you could judge on that score, sir. The previous government, they failed to enact procurement legislation. I think they brought that too, or they laid that in Parliament just before they allowed Parliament to dissolve itself, because they wanted to have the authority to give contracts to their friends and their fatted calf colleagues. And all of this has repercussions on campaign financing, because, sir, you're a man of the world, I know that. You know that those who are beneficiaries of these contracts didn't keep all for themselves. They went back in other people's pockets. That is how that Democratic Labour Party operates. They failed to pass freedom of information legislation, which we again are committed to bring, sir, because all of this has to be a group of legislation that comes in terms of integrity and keeping the people informed. And again, I praise the Honourable Prime Minister, sir. She has, that Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast has in 50 days given more press conferences and be more accessible to the public than the two Prime Ministers together that the Dems had in the 3,700 days together. And that's what it is about. The freedom of information legislation will come to, sir, because the public has to have access. Contractor General legislation, which has been spoken about in this Parliament as well, sir, has to come into effect. That you have an individual or commission that can oversee who contracts are given to. All of that is part of a good governance of a society that is so important. If Barbados is to, and we will, sir, move it again to the leading small developing country in the world, where we had already planned to put it in terms of being on the cusp of developed country status. The Jamaica government, sir, in fact, has now integrated Contractor General legislation very recently into anti-corruption legislation, so that it all is in one. The failure of the Democratic Labour Party, the last government, to pass any kind of this legislation is even more appalling in the light of the fact that Antigua has this legislation, St. Vincent has it, Trinidad has it, St. Kitts has it, St. Lucia has it. But the Democratic Labour Party felt that Barbados should not have it because of their own purposes. And we, sir, and it has already been done, and I join those, sir, who give the Integrity Barbados praise on this issue, sir. Democratic Labour Party, but it's appalling because I believe they're having an annual conference a couple of weeks ago. Not one of them have any credibility. We bring a budget. The Honourable Prime Minister brings a budget before this House. 17 days after our victory. And 4 massively defeated candidates on social media talking about the budget. When they should be talking about where all the money gone that we left for them in 2008. That's what they should be talking about, sir. But this bill, sir, has played what a fine line because, as has been said earlier today, you can't make the criteria so strenuous that you, in fact, the Honourable Prime Minister said this, that you can't make the criteria so strenuous that persons with a worthy contribution to make to national development say that they're not going to serve on a board because they have to declare their assets and their liabilities and everything else. So in fact, whereas the Prevention of Corruption bill that the Democratic Labour Party had spoke to people in public life who would have to declare their assets and liabilities, bringing it down to all members of statutory boards. And in fact, when that bill went to select committee, sir, I was not in Parliament. That was in their first term of office. I wrote a memorandum to the select committee saying that you're going too far and wide. You can't include every board member. An ordinary member of a statutory board would not have that influence. Leave it to chairpersons of the board. If you want to go down to deputy chairpersons, probably go down to them. And this bill brought here today by the Honourable Member for St. Joseph does exactly that, because it speaks to chairmen of boards and commissions and that kind of thing, permanent secretaries, heads of departments within the public service, you know, chairpersons of corporations that have government control, chief executive officers, in other words, the top people, sir. So this bill solves that problem. But on the other hand, Parliament also needs to ensure that certain categories of persons with holding public office are brought within the ambit of the law. And that has to be so. So it specifies in the second schedule the persons in public life to whom it will apply. And again, when we go to a select committee, there'll be a chance to review that because it speaks to magistrates but not judges. But you know, that's why we're sending it to fine-tune that, and the Attorney General, the Honourable Attorney General, has promised to have it back in after we come back from summer recess, probably 2 months from now. Myself, sir, I regret that such legislation didn't come in before I came into this Parliament, sir. I have nothing to hide whatsoever. I'm part of it, and the Honourable Prime Minister, I believe, said virtually all of us have filed declarations of assets and liabilities in a sealed envelope that are being kept under lock and key in a safe vault. We've done that, and there's no such legislation. We had no legislative requirement to do that, but even before the passage of this act, we have done that because we have nothing to hide. I myself, sir, resigned from a company that's controlled by my wife, and in fact, the day after the election, she in fact wrote the letter to the corporate registrar saying, removing my name from the board of directors. Didn't have to wait, something we had discussed, because I'm going to be in no conflict of interest position, and my colleagues the same way, sir, that we are devoting our minds fully to trying to restore this country and to bring it back to the preeminence that it used to have before This bill speaks towards a code of conduct and in fact gives penalties for breaches under that code of conduct. Again, that was something that the late Prime Minister, the first one elected, when the DLP won in 2008, said was going to happen, that his ministers would have had to sign a code of conduct. I don't know what kind of code of conduct they signed, the kind of behavior that permeated right down. And you had, sir, a Prime Minister, you know, the Democratic Labour Party manifesto of 2013 said, the DLP has a leader with the highest ethical standards. I don't know what. The Honourable Member first here, Michael South laughing, sir. I don't know what ethical standards you could have when you proudly lead an administration of that kind of ilk that was led by the last administration. And it went on to say, sir, the DLP manifesto of 2013, that his administration will establish an integrity commission to facilitate the implementation of the act. So, you know, sir, in the last sitting of Parliament, I almost tore up this. But I refrain from tearing it up because I can refer to it. There can be opportunities to refer to it again to show the breaches of promises and the extent of fraud committed by that party, by that government on the good people of Barbados, on our constituents. The 1929 Act, which the then Prime Minister said was adequate for Barbados, let's talk, you know about it, sir, but for the sake of the public, let's talk about it. It had 10 sections, sir. It speaks to being guilty of misdemeanors, sir, not even crime, sir, but you would know that better than me because you're one of the top criminal lawyers in Barbados. The maximum fine was $2,400, sir. That is when we had pound, shillings, and pence. The DPP is who used to institute the proceedings and only had 6 months to institute the proceedings. So in other words, if somebody knew about an alleged piece of corruption, sir, you know, that you had to get the evidence within 6 months, if not, it becomes statute barred, sir. You understand? You would understand why I say it, sir. But the then Prime Minister said that was adequate for Barbados, sir. So now we have a situation where we have a commission, sir, given the powers of a judge. In other words, real force, investigative powers. Officers having investigative powers, sir, can obviously liaise and collaborate with the police on these issues. But this 1929 Act, 100 years old, based on 1917 UK Act that the Prime Minister said was adequate, sir. You ever heard about anybody investigated or arrested under it or prosecuted, sir? But that in itself will tell you that it wasn't adequate. It wasn't like Trinidad, sir, where a former Prime Minister spent a few days in jail. Well, sir, it can't be right that people from the lower income districts of all our constituencies arrested for taking 2 tins of sardines, and I don't condone that, sir. But it can't be right. Life has to be fair. And you can't be in jail on remand and you don't get bail for a couple of weeks, stealing 2 tins of sardines, and men steal millions of dollars and gone clear. Because as Edmund Burke said, among a people generally corrupt, liberty cannot exist. People can't be free where there's corruption pervading society, condoned by those in high places, elected officials. As the Honourable Member for the city, sir, who spoke just before me, said Barbados is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Prevention of Corruption, 2003. And before that, you had the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption adopted in Caracas, Venezuela in 1996. We can't be signatories to these conventions. And in other words, at international level, we have commitments to other countries, but you don't enact it to be part of the law of your land. It doesn't go that way in international law, sir. And multinational corporations, sir, when I used to enjoy before I was in Parliament, sir, going to International Bar Association conferences. I was heavily involved in that association, and time again, I would attend discussions on corruption in third world countries especially, and the unwillingness of multinational corporations to deal with countries which didn't have any prevention of corruption or integrity legislation. These things cost Barbados at many levels, sir, not only taxpayers in terms of thievery and bribery, because then when a company gives two ministers $400,000 luxury cars to drive, they're going to get that back some way. They're going to charge $1 million, for instance, on a contract that only worth $500,000. It costs the taxpayers, but it also costs at international level, because multinational corporations don't want to do business with you. Because when they come, sir, and somebody in a high place tells them that they have to give them 10% or 15%, sir. But these are serious people, sir. They ain't able with no banana republics and ministers that feel that they must get their hands on everything. That is not how the world operates these days. So you have to have this type of legislation on your statute book, sir. This Barbados Labour Party today has fulfilled yet another campaign promise. We, as has been said, published a draft of this bill for public comment. It was on the website since November or so last year, sir. The public has commented, and we praise those who commented and put input in this. The going before the select committee gives an opportunity to
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. Going before the select committee gives us the opportunity to firm up in terms of the quantum of fines, for instance, the penalties. But the bill, sir, speaks towards, addresses many of the issues of today. I mean, it speaks towards anti-money laundering, which we know is a major issue. It speaks towards transnational bribery across nations. Speaks towards blind trust and obviously, as we said, sir, you have to make declarations of your assets and liabilities every 2 years. It speaks towards conflict of interest situations. It speaks towards tracing and freezing and seizing and confiscating assets. So therefore, those politicians that feel that they could have put bank accounts in Jersey and America and United Kingdom, sir, must know that this government, as the Attorney General said, will come after them, sir.
Yes, they will.
It speaks towards, in section 55, a presumption of corruption. In other words, the corruptors have to prove their innocence, sir. So where, in any proceedings for an offense, it is proved that in seeking to obtain a contract from government, a person received or gave money or gift or other benefit, the money or gift or benefit shall be presumed to have been given or received as an inducement or a reward, unless on the balance of probabilities the contrary is proved. Fantastic section, sir. Putting the burden on the corruptors and the corruptees to prove their innocence. It defines corruption, wide-ranging definition in section 51, covering everything, sir. And I am, as I said, sir, proud of my colleagues, proud to be given the opportunity, sir, to be part of this team, to be it. I mean, those who worked on it, sir, the Honourable Member for Christchurch, he's the Attorney General, those lawyers in private practice, sir. The Honourable Member for Christchurch, he's gave me a little credit, sir, which I'm thankful for, to being part of the drafting of this too.
Could you ever remember wind up, please?
Yes, sir. And so we will get this done. This has to be part of the framework of us going forward to now make this country better, sir. And we will get this right. We will do good by the people. I'm obliged to you, sir.
The honourable member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for allowing me to participate in this Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018 and giving my full support to the Honourable Attorney General and Honourable Member for St. Joseph. Mr. Speaker, when I look back at the last 10 years of the last administration that occupied this honourable chamber, I think the common sentiment amongst all Barbadians can be summed up in one word, and that is lugubrious. It was in fact a lustrum, a time when a lot was expected, but nothing happened. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't use this opportunity to address this chamber feeling convinced and convicted in my soul that this is the right call for Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I do so being fully cognizant of the fact that this chamber in which I stand only because of the will of the people of St. Philip South. And Mr. Speaker, I tried on occasion after occasion to seek to find that quote that would most aptly describe governance in Barbados over the last 10 years. And though I am not too familiar with the author, Leo Tolstoy, Mr. Speaker, I quote from Tolstoy because I think this is perhaps the most apt way to describe the behavior of the last administration and indeed to describe governance in Barbados over the last decade. And I quote, "I sit on a man's back, choking him, making him carry me, and yet assure myself and others that I am very sorry for him and wish to ease his lot by all means possible, except by getting off his back," unquote. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard the voice of the last Prime Minister, who would have given the impression to all Barbadians that they are the most vilified set of politicians according to an opposition party that occupied this chamber, and that they were being treated to criticism simply because of their complexion, simply because of who they are, as if we weren't of the same complexion. And they gave Barbadians the impression that your school was a badge of honor that they couldn't carry. Yet many of them entered the same schools of all of the honourable members in this parliament. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you hear that contrite nonsense coming from the mouths of a Prime Minister and his team, then you start to understand where deception lies. And you start to understand why it is important that if the people can't stand up for themselves, the reason why they put us here is because we must stand up for them. And that's why we have 30 seats in this honourable chamber under the Barbados Labour Party, except for when my good friend, the honourable member for St. Michael West, decided that he would join us through lending his voice in the opposition, because I am confident that he too will support this bill before this honourable chamber. Mr. Speaker, I was raised in St. Philip, and if there's one person who knows St. Philip And this is no discredit to the honorable members for St. Philip North or St. Philip West. This is just to put my piece, and I'm sure they will put theirs. But I know St. Philip very well. As a boy, growing up in Church Village. And what is symbolic about Church Village? If the first thing that jumps out at me is the word church. And indeed, Church Village, the honorable member for St. Philip West, can support me on this, has perhaps more churches than any community, any one community in Barbados. So if I have any grounding at all, Mr. Speaker, my grounding is in Christianity and high morals. And so I can do nothing other than support that which protects the people of Barbados, and which comes to this honorable chamber for all of us to agree that the time has come when we must do better as people in public life, and that we must demonstrate to the country that since they have reposed their confidence in us to come here to look after their best interests, then we all must be on all fours when it comes to legislation like this. Mr. Speaker, let me take you back to 2008 election campaign, when the Barbados Labour Party held office for 14 sterling years, and that the leader then of the opposition had to find something to discredit a Barbados Labour Party administration of 14 sterling years. They certainly couldn't be on performance. So they chose then to come with the whole issue of integrity in public life, and to suggest to all Barbadians that we were living in the most corrupt country in the Caribbean. And I remember clearly, so vividly, I saw when the then leader, may God rest him in peace, got on a platform at Haggett Hall and chose to put up checks that were cash by perhaps one of the Caribbean's best prime ministers ever. And to suggest that the honorable member for St. Peter Den was so corrupt that he can present a check to show that as prime minister he took money from someone for his own personal gain. And they went on to produce a manifesto, Mr. Speaker, sir, that said the Democratic Labour Party will not cheat, steal, or lie. And if my memory serves me correctly, that should be on page 14 of that manifesto. I remember it. Mr. Speaker, they have all lied. They have all lied to this Parliament repeatedly. They have lied about what they own. They have lied to their constituents. They have lied even to the permanent secretaries. They have lied right across Barbados, summed up only as liars. And Mr. Speaker, if Barbados should ever find itself in such a dismal or lugubrious position ever again, then I think all of us in public life should bury our heads in shame. Because the people of Barbados have said clearly that they are relying on all of us in this honorable chamber, including the member for St. Michael West, to make sure we do good for Barbados. That is what the election result on May 24 said. And Mr. Speaker, if you were to take what happened to Barbados in 2013 in the general election, certainly I was perhaps the most pilloried, most vilified candidate ever to run in St. Philip North. Not because, in my opinion, I lacked the ability, because the candidate that I ran against, or the member then, doesn't come halfway in comparison. But, Mr. Speaker, there was one common thing that separated me from the honorable member then, and that was my hair. So that all of Barbados had to be told that I'm not a Bajan. And that my DNA, when it wasn't in Trinidad, it was in Guyana. When it wasn't in Guyana, it was in India. And Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Church Village, worked hard to achieve all that I have achieved in life. And I can say to this honorable chamber, if in private life you have seen a few dollars, get into politics and watch it disappear. And that is all I have done to serve the people of this country and the people of St. Philip North at the time, and certainly the people of St. Philip South, to whom I owe a debt of gratitude for giving me a chance to show them, like the honorable member for St. Michael South Central said, this is what a politician looks like. Mr. Speaker, we can't pretend that it can be business as usual. You heard the passion of the Honorable Prime Minister, the honorable member for St. Michael Northeast this morning. And the muscular exchange between herself and the honorable member for St. Michael West was only to show Barbadians, if nothing else, it cannot be business as usual in this honorable chamber. And Mr. Speaker, in that 2013 general election that I referenced earlier, I was privileged to have been driving a BMW X5. It didn't cost me a lot because I was fortunate to get it at a time when a company went into receivership, and so things went off. Wasn't quite an auction, but something like that. And Mr. Speaker, the message of that campaign was that this curly-haired fella, who is not a Barbadian, who may be a Trinidadian or Guyanese, as if there's a crime to being a Trinidadian or Guyanese. Why is the honorable member for St. John was from St. Lucia sitting in this chamber? And, Mr. Speaker, to own a BMW X5 was a crime. To own a BMW X5 and want to get into public life was wrong. To drive a BMW X5 across St. Philip was offensive. That was the message from the Democratic Labour Party's platform. And would you believe that immediately after winning that election, the member for St. Philip North, who lives a gap away from me, showed up with an XA826, the former member. XA826, a BMW exactly like the one I drove. And the only thing I could do is turn to my daughters and say, you ever see envy? Look outside. Because that is what envy looks like also. Well, Mr. Speaker, I got mine by dint of hard work and the sweat of my brow. The way he achieved his, or the way he took his, or the way he deprived the Barbadian taxpayer to get his, was certainly completely different from the route I took. And if it wasn't bad enough, Mr. Speaker, the license plates on that BMW X5 were changed to PA826. Because the amount of criticism that took place then, and he knew it was wrong, he opted to change the license plates. But that did not change the methodology. And Mr. Speaker, if we had this type of legislation proclaimed in Barbados, then we know for sure such conduct would have perhaps preempted that person from participating in the last election. Now, Mr. Speaker, if PA 826 wasn't enough, I was able to see the same member, same former member, because I know that he no longer holds relevance. I believe the current honorable member for St. Philip North will make sure that he never sees this honorable chamber again. But, Mr. Speaker, it changed to MN 96, and this time a Range Rover. And if you were to check back the ownership, they all lead to one place. Mr. Speaker, I never learned how to fix transmissions, and I certainly am not a technician. But I know there's a place in Barbados called Transtech. And Mr. Speaker, if it is that anyone had any doubts about what was taking place, they only had to drive through the yard and see the amount of transport board buses that were there awaiting repairs and maintenance. So, Mr. Speaker, we have really to address integrity in public life, not just from the point of view of us being politicians, because for me, I believe that integrity in public life must transcend to all those who are responsible for spending the taxpayers' money. And I call seriously, sir, to the awarding of contracts, not just by boards, not just by ministers. Well, a minister shouldn't award a contract, not just through ministries, but that every last person that is spending the taxpayers' money in the public service must understand that he or she should stand responsible and recognize that if you ease in a friend to do some work on behalf of a ministry or a board, you have committed equally the same offense. And that if we were to bring Barbados to the stage where everyone understands the responsibility that he or she holds when it comes to spending the taxpayers' money, then we will get better return for government's investment. And we certainly would get a more equitable spread across Barbados. Now, sir, I am one that's completely sold on the empowerment of Barbadians. And when I speak to the empowerment of Barbadians, sir, I do not speak to color. I do not speak to hair type. I speak, sir, to a Barbadian who deserves just as much as the other person. And Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, then, Mr. Speaker, I speak to the empowerment of any Barbadian that has the will to do, and that everyone should recognize that all Barbadians have a right to participate and share in the economic distribution of wealth in Barbados. And that I am dead tired, Mr. Speaker, seeing only wealth concentrated in certain areas in Barbados, while others are forced to beg for a job or come to a politician to say, get me something because the children can't eat. Mr. Speaker, those days should be long behind us. And that our role in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, should be that to deliver for Barbadians proper infrastructure and health care and education. And that I have always argued that there are three fundamental pillars on which Barbados should stand in this 21st century. And that we should first make sure we have a secure Barbados. And that we should never, never turn our backs on educating our population. And that we should always make sure that we offer health care. Those are the three fundamental pillars on which a Barbados of this 21st century should stand. But if you want to get involved in corruption, Mr. Speaker, sir, then something has to give. So does it come as any surprise that education, tertiary education at the University of the West Indies had to give? It had to, because the money was going elsewhere. And so when you listen to the platform of the Democratic Labour Party saying to Barbadians how the Barbados Labour Party would get these things done when there's no money, it was indeed a confession that they have squandered the money and that corruption was the main thief. Mr. Speaker, when you look at education, I see education in a holistic manner. And therefore, when we take our young children, what I refer to as our future minds, and you have to give them corned beef under a school feeding program, and that the meals were not healthy, and that what we fed our children in the name of not having money because corruption was the main thief, then, Mr. Speaker, you start to understand how inhumane and how callous a group of people who have had the confidence of the majority of Barbadians treated to our people. And Mr. Speaker, I just attended a meeting in Guatemala, a meeting held by the Food and Agriculture Organization, a body under the United Nations. Spanish refer to them as FAO. We call them FAO. Mr. Speaker, the whole objective and mission of that meeting was to make sure that malnutrition is eradicated and that all school feeding programs should buy into the concept of making sure that our children are given the best meals, and that education and health and agriculture must form a synergy to make sure that the country rids itself of starvation and malnutrition, and that the hashtag that will come out shortly is Zero Hunger. And I've committed myself and my ministry to making sure that this Honourable Chamber will have what is called a parliamentary front against hunger. And that I am confident it can be done because there will be no corruption on this side. So we will find the will and the means to get it done. Mr. Speaker, why is it that healthcare had to suffer? That the hospital had to be in the state that it was in, even to deliver minor services to people who were not well? Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that a whole country must have been told that our police force was not big enough to fight crime in Barbados, and that we had to move to legislation that empowered them to shut down and call curfews, Mr. Speaker? Those things are from the genesis of corruption. That when you have spent all the money that a country can ever muster, then you have to go to alternate means, however draconian, however strict, Mr. Speaker. And the fact that we have so much crime in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, is simply because people can't find ways to survive. And so, one, they become violent and angry, and two, they find ways to survive if it means having to rob a brother. This is not coming from me. This is my experience on the ground, where I am being told up front, boss, if you can't help, other means will, because I have to survive. Some have gone as far as saying, up at Dawes, I ain't got this problem. So you understand what stands before us, Mr. Speaker? When I speak in support of this bill simply because Barbados cannot afford this. Barbados cannot afford corruption to the extent that the people have become sacrificed to certain people's wealth. And that when I quote, Mr. Speaker, from perhaps one of the best books I have ever read, a motivational piece by an American motivational speaker called William Jolly. The title of the book in itself is inspirational enough that you didn't even perhaps need to go past the cover. The title, A Setback, is a setup for a comeback. And Mr. Speaker, Barbados would have had its setback. But the people of Barbados have given Barbados a setup for a comeback. And that setup for a comeback took place on May 24th in this country, Mr. Speaker, when the people went out and said to all the members of the last administration, goodbye, we no longer have any confidence and trust in you.
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
I will make it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have started a series of consultations, strategic planning meetings in my ministry. And some of the things that I'm able to come across through consultation boggles the mind. Pickering. I recall the late David Thompson posing in the newspaper with a fork, breaking ground at Pickering. Pickering, a deposit was paid for Pickering. The money never made its way to BACT, which falls under the Ministry of Agriculture. The money remained within the law firm, never came to the account of the BACT. Since then, things have changed. New arrangements are in place for new buyers, etc., and new investors. That money was never accounted for. Mr. Speaker, Bushy Park. Bushy Park, through an arrangement under one company, taking government land, but then subletting to the company Bushy Park. And so when they came for the extension through the BACT to acquire lands at Vineyard, it then had to be made clear that the BACT needed to find out who is really the person leasing the land. Now we can conjure up all we want from simply that. But if there's one common trend in right across what took place in Barbados over the last 10 years, sir, that common trend in was that things were not right. Too much was hidden. Too much wealth concentrated one place, and Barbadians being asked to carry the burden of taxation and make all the sacrifice in this country whilst we watch others flourish and become wealthier and wealthier. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish the same for any of us. I do not wish for any of us to have to endure ever again the suffering that took place in Barbados over the last 10 years. I certainly, Mr. Speaker, don't wish it for the people of St. Philip South. And so, Mr. Speaker, if I quote from a setback is a setup for a comeback, I say to this honourable chamber, in support of this Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018, that even though there may be a bend in the road, you have to take the corner to continue the journey. I'm obliged to you, sir.
The honourable member for St. Michael, Northwest.
West Central.
West Central, sorry. West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. like my colleagues and all those who've spoken in debate, I rise to support the legislation before this honorable chamber. And I want to say that I wish to congratulate the Attorney General and his team with the alacrity in which they've brought the legislation to this honorable chamber. And indeed, it was a lot of work. I also want to thank those who would have been, when we were an opposition party, and members of an opposition, those who would have contributed to the, in many respects, to the development of what is now before us as a bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is long overdue. And I say that against the background that there were several attempts in Barbados to address the issue of integrity in public life. Not that it's long overdue on the part of the Barbados Labour Party bringing the legislation to Parliament, but long overdue in the sense that for a number of years, we've had a lot of allegations in the public domain, and we've also had issues of concerns that we would have raised when we were in opposition as well. Indeed, I would have raised some when I would have been in the political trenches, all the way going back to the 2013 general election, leading up to that general election. But even though the last administration would have attempted to bring legislation, and they brought the legislation to Parliament, they passed the bill, I believe it was the Prevention of Corruption Act 2012-31. And even though they brought that legislation to the Parliament and debated it, it was never proclaimed and it never became the law of the land. So that you had a party that, leading up to the 2008 general election, would have accused the Barbados Labour Party of acts of corruption. And a lot of very innocent people paid the political price because of a lot of defamation. People who believe that it was politically expedient for them to get up and malign people's character in an attempt to win an election campaign. They win the election back then. They promised integrity legislation, the code of conduct, and the like. But, Mr. Speaker, when they had the opportunity to get the legislation proclaimed, and early in the day of the first term of the last administration, one would have thought that they too would have moved with alacrity to ensure that you had integrity in public life, or the Prevention of a Corruption Act in Barbados. And I also say to you that this is dear to my heart as well, and I'll address that point shortly, because the people of St. Michael, West Central, may have had me as their MP back in 2013, had certain things not been allowed to go on. And perhaps if they had a law in place and proclaimed, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we both would have been here in 2013. So that, for me, it is a sense of great joy that we now have this legislation in this very great place. And I want to make the point that, and I join with the people in St. Michael West Central who sent me here to represent and serve their interests, to say to them that I am going to support this bill in their name, and I will do everything possible to ensure that this great political party that I'm a member of, that we continue to do good things and good deeds on behalf of the people, and that this legislation Mr. Speaker, is about one, if not one of the most significant pieces of legislation that a Barbados Labour Party administration, that the Barbados Labour Party as a party will become known for, as we have been known for many other pieces of legislation. It is that significant. And that the people of St. Michael West Central will want to see a high standard of representation, and that they would wish to know that the government, in the first case, the Member of Parliament that they voted for, and then in the second case, the government that formed through the support of the Barbados Labour Party candidate, is indeed working to serve their very best interests. And I want to make the point that a lot of the constituents feel, and they do believe, that if you come to public office, it is a public trust. And that if you betray the public's trust, then you should never hold public office in Barbados. And I agree with that, because it is too important. And we know, as we're all politicians, that sometimes you're maligned for multiple reasons. But when you come to public office, you must so exercise and ensure that your conduct is always in the best interests of those who sent you here and the political party in whose name you represent as well. So that I also believe that there are certain situations that we will have to monitor, and I'm confident that the bill will allow those situations to be monitored. But I also say, Mr. Speaker, in order to maintain the public's trust, it may be absolutely necessary for us to go a step further and perhaps even consider amending the Companies Act to ensure that those persons who have a fiduciary responsibility to act in the best interest in the shareholders, in this case, the government of Barbados, or any interest that we have, that they who breach that trust should also be removed from directorships in this company, or any company owned by the government of Barbados. And I say to you that because of the many alleged infractions that took place, it is absolutely necessary that action be taken. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, because the constituents of St. Michael West Central also look forward to action being taken. Because we cannot have a people in hardship for years, and then there are others who are seemingly enjoying the fatted calf, and of course, then they're not seeing any action being taken. So I think it's important that we allow the work, the forensic and other work to be done, to be completed. And I look forward to the results, because action must be taken, Mr. Speaker. For me personally, sir, excuse me, I am used to following governance structures like most persons in this chamber. I serve in a private sector organization. I serve as a director of several companies. And you also have to conduct yourself in a manner befitting of the office in which you hold. And I have had the good privilege, along with one of my former colleagues in this chamber, to have worked for a public company, and then another very good privilege to work with the second public company, not listed in Barbados, but a company listed on the AIM market of the London stock market. So I know what it's like to have to conform, I know what it's like to have to warrant, and I know what it's like to be in a governance arrangement. and the Integrity in Public Life legislation, bill, seeks to promote a new governance arrangement. And this new governance relationship must ensure that we engage in a practice that is highly transparent, that we are involved in transparency at the highest level, because it's absolutely necessary if we are going to represent the people and if we are going to manage the people's funds, that we be very transparent. And Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the new governance arrangements, there are several companies who come to Barbados, not public companies necessarily, but they are public companies too, who come to Barbados, and they have certain procedures that their executives must follow, and that their executives cannot get involved in corruption and bribery and the like. And there are some companies, public companies included, and those who are associated, whether it is that company is an agent for an external company, because of the new governance arrangements worldwide, would have to conform to certain high ethical standards. So that, and I take the point even to campaign funding, because there are some public companies who will not, by virtue of their attendant arrangements, will never be able to contribute to a political campaign. And I believe the point was made in here about campaign finance by members on this side, and indeed the leader of the opposition. And it's something somehow we will have to come to at a later stage. Because as these new governance arrangements come into place, it is going to be very difficult, even for campaign financing to be sourced. But I want to make a further point too. And it has to do with foundations. And again, Mr. Speaker, I have been a victim too, leading up in the 2013 campaign, to people who had a lot of money, and they used maybe a foundation to expedite their political path to ensure that persons like myself would not enter this honorable chamber. But that's now behind us. But the issue is that we have to find a mechanism to ensure that such things do not happen again. But I also want to make another point. And that point is that not one of us is above the law. And we, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this could be controversial, but Mr. Speaker, I believe that not one of us, no one, not only in here, not in the private sector, the judiciary, the security forces, the public sector, no one, Mr. Speaker, should be above the law. And I believe that the time has come in this part of the region for us to even consider an overarching body, somebody's equivalent like an FBI, where you can have the powers. I know it's going to cost us some money, but we have to get it right. And maybe the time is not now, but I believe that we ought to start thinking very seriously how we police everybody, because oftentimes the political class can be a victim of rumor and innuendo. But Mr. Speaker, and I'm not casting aspersions on anybody, but perhaps there may be others out there who perhaps benefit, and we don't know. But all I'm saying is that if you have a body adequately staffed with the powers to address these concerns, I believe it will help this part of the region. And I know it is something, it's new thinking, it will cost money, but Mr. Speaker, I believe it is absolutely necessary. Politicians, sir, will have to be, and all of us know as we into this parliament, that's where we will become subject to what they refer to as PEP. So we're exposed, we're politically exposed persons. And when you're politically exposed persons, Mr. Speaker, and if you have a bank account, you have to disclose a lot of stuff. You're flagged. Mr. Speaker, if you sign on company accounts, you're flagged. But Mr. Speaker, and if you want to transfer any funds outside of Barbados, sometimes you're faced with a little delay because of the procedures that they have to follow. So we are under some strictures as well, and our lives sometimes, I must submit, or the life of a politician, sir, is altered in most respects because of the PEP arrangement. So there is still that opportunity. But I believe, sir, that this bill is designed to ensure that we strengthen our institutions, we strengthen democracy in this country, and that we ensure that whatever we do it in the best interests of the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I also want to go into new thinking as well. And I wish to make the point that, and we, when we were in opposition, experienced a lot of delays through the Public Accounts Committee. We experienced a lot of delayed tactics for multiple reasons. But I really believe, Mr. Speaker, that the time has come when all statutory corporations or anybody corporate funded by the taxpayers of Barbados should have an internal auditor. It cannot be that you can have statutory corporations that have to get transfers upwards of maybe 40, maybe 10, 15, 20, even 40 or $60 million being transferred to an institution by way of a supplementary in this very parliament. And that those corporations do not have an internal auditor. It is wrong. And I believe that is something that we should address our minds to. And that you should have an internal auditor in all of those statutory corporations, but they should report, and especially now we have the Integrity and Public Life Bill, that they too should report to the Audit Committee of statutory corporations. And every statutory corporation should have an audit committee. If we want to strengthen the institutions, we may just have to take an additional step. Some will obviously argue that it may cost you a couple $1,000s. But we don't know the cost of corruption until the cost of corruption is presented soon. But I'm sure that the cost of corruption would far exceed the cost of an auditor. And I believe the time has come. I also believe, sir, and judging for our experience in opposition, that it will help a Public Accounts Committee and the execution of duties of a Public Accounts Committee. Because there must never be, Mr. Speaker, a situation whereby what went on at the National Housing Corporation could be allowed to go on, and that a Public Accounts Committee that tried its best to ensure it got information had to struggle to get information, even though there is a Public Accounts Committee. And I think that these matters must be dealt with. And that if you had a forensic auditor, or if you had an internal auditor, it would help the work of the Public Accounts Committee to ensure that we help to continue to strengthen democracy in this country. Mr. Speaker, when this bill goes to committee, and I applaud the move on the part of the government to ensure that this bill goes to select committee, because I am a firm believer, and it's part of what we campaigned on during the last election campaign. It is part of what we, as a mature political party, as part of our participatory democracy, that we would wish to have public comment. And in having public comment, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely important that the ordinary man be given an opportunity to comment on this bill. And I'm happy that that decision was taken. And I would hope when we go to committee that there are some other areas that we look at, because there are some areas that we need to tighten, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that the public will also give us some other suggestions to help to tighten the legislation. Mr. Speaker, the other point has to do with the issue of the disclosure of information to third parties. And oftentimes, and chairpersons of boards will have to disclose their assets and so on. But oftentimes, you have a situation where there may be members of a tenders committee or any other committee who could potentially influence a decision. But that information perhaps is disclosed by any other person. And unknown to the chair of that committee, you might find yourself in a situation where decisions are being made. And I also think we have to look at a mechanism, some way of ensuring that this business, if you were dealing on the stock market, they might refer to it as inside trading. But we are not dealing with the stock market, we are dealing with some statutory corporations and other entities. So there must be a way in addressing this business of the disclosure of confidential and other information to third parties. Mr. Speaker, conflicts of interest as well. I know it is a norm that if you are serving on a board and you have an interest in any matter that comes before, you should recuse yourself. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but I believe somewhere, and I believe we should have some mechanism again, written into the law, which makes it very clear that if you have an interest in anything that comes before a board or anybody corporate, that you should recuse yourself or it should be disclosed somehow, because that too would help to protect the institutions that the taxpayers help to fund in this country. And the matter of training, sir, I think, and I will probably leave it to those in the authority to look at the whole issue of training, because, and I believe this administration, this government, that we have started, and I believe there have been meetings with like key persons, and there will be meetings with chairpersons of boards, etc. But I think a key element as we go forward, when this bill becomes an act and then it's proclaimed as a law, I think it would be very necessary for us to commence training, especially in those entities connected with the government of Barbados. I think that would go a long way in ensuring that clarity is brought to a lot of the issues and that nobody can say, I didn't know, that there'll be no ignorance or excuses there. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to even suggest, and perhaps this could be done in committee. There are some things, not all because I know it'd be difficult, but there are some things that perhaps we can look at the UK Bribery Act of 2010 and look and see if perhaps we could pull anything from that act. Because I know in that act it talks about active bribery, passive bribery. We have the point about forms of bribery. But I think in reviewing that, I will leave it to the lawyers and the Attorney General. But it's only a suggestion that perhaps we could look at that and see if there's anything that we can pull out. Because in that act, there, you will find that there are unlimited fines. And I know there was a discussion about fines and so on, but that the AG made the point that the fines will revert to where they were. But I also think that we have to look at the individual, and we also have to look at companies, because there are some people who will give the incentive to perform the act, and then there will be a taker. But I think, Mr. Speaker, that we could look at the individuals and we could also look at companies. And for example, you may want to even consider a provision which states that maybe you should debar entities or certain persons from tendering if it is proven that that person was involved in bribery or some corrupt practice as identified in the Integrity of Public Life Act. So those are just some suggestions that we could take with us. It is new thinking, Mr. Speaker. I applaud, like I said, the work of the Attorney General team and all those who have been involved in it. But I also make the point that this is a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction because we have to protect the public's purse. It is a step in the right direction because this Barbados Labour Party, a mature party we are, have found it absolutely necessary that one of the priorities in this mission critical period would be to ensure that we enact integrity and public life legislation. And I want to say to all of us in closing, Mr. Speaker, that in protecting the public's purse, we have a duty to ensure that we maintain that very stable and sound foundation. But I also make the point, sir, that we've had, and certainly prior to the last 10 years, a solid reputation in Barbados for doing business. People from the city, and I refer to London and elsewhere, when they come to Barbados, it was never a situation, Mr. Speaker, where anybody asked you how much you had to deposit in a lawyer's account. They never asked you how much you had to deposit in the Harbour Road account. Never, Mr. Speaker. Not that I'm not referring to you, Mr. Speaker. Never. Never, ever, sir. So that the practice of where you had to pay to participate became the norm in the last 10, Mr. Speaker, must no longer have any place in this post-period of a Barbados Labour Party. And that even though that there are allegations of several wrongs based on all that we've heard, and I say allegations until we prove them. But, Mr. Speaker, to the naked eye, the people in St. Michael West Central have seen for themselves. The people of Barbados have looked and they have seen. Mr. Speaker, I often wonder, how could it be that I would struggle with a Christmas program? Struggle with a Christmas program, sir. But then I would see in the newspaper a Christmas program to the value of more than the annual salary of a then minister of a former administration. And it would always bother me.
You have one more minute, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. So it would always bother me. So that I don't know how it was funded. But, Mr. Speaker, we have, because that puts a lot of pressure, because then the people in St. Michael West Central say, well, in next door to you, man, they had this and you have that. And I would struggle out of my pocket, sir, because I didn't have any access to anything else. I would struggle with my pocket. So I want to make the point that this legislation is good for the country. I endorse it. I agree with the move to take it to a select committee to have further discussions at select committee. So that when it leaves there, sir, we will have, I believe, a watertight piece of legislation, but legislation that will act in the very best interests of the taxpayers of Barbados. And on that point, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm wrestling in my conscience with this passive term called integrity. I believe that integrity in itself seemed to place before me a psychological encumbrance. The nature of the act of those so-called perpetrators of crime is severe enough to really deserve a stronger term that will drive some fear in the hearts of all those with negative intentions, especially persons who set about to rape the public's purse. And I was here concentrating for a considerable time that a young man who goes to one of the Massey stores and steal a tin of mackerel can be charged before the courts that are described as the lower courts, which is the magistrate courts, and be sent to prison for a criminal act and serve even 21 days sometimes in the prison, coming from a poor family and sometimes cannot even raise enough money beyond the price of a tin of mackerel to pay an attorney at law in this country. But we have legislation before us today where men are stealing millions of dollars, and some are some term deriving from, I believe, the bowels of the aristocracy is applied to one of the most vicious felonial acts where men steal taxpayers' money and move from rags to riches in a hurry. I've been told that some of these men could not pay utility bills. Some of these men could not pay a court. And then these men end up owning 3-story buildings, having large estates across Barbados. And I began that way because I am cognizant that legislation don't come from on high. It is the social dynamics of the time that drives the lawmakers to respond to the environment in which they live at the specific historic period. This term started to knock around from around 2008. From around 2008, we heard it before, but it had no great impact on members of parliament. But when the society began to call all parliamentarians thieves and say all of us are the same, there was a push and pull factor that drove politicians to say, look, I have to defend this word integrity came into play. So the push factor was that the society was making the call. And every small man in the street, as soon as you don't respond to him favorably, you were considered as politicians, tricksters, polytricksters, criminals, and then some of us who know they were guilty had another factor that influenced the outcome of the fashioning of the type of legislation, because of the psychology of conscience, where they had some of them who knew that they were stealing, some of them felt that some people were stealing more than them, some people felt that they were not so privileged to be close to the cookie jar, to push in the hands too, and this word integrity came up. Men committing felonies that go straight to the Supreme Court, not the magistrate court. And This legislation speaks to integrity, and a man that thief mackerel has to go in the lower court and hold some time in prison. And that is what the honorable member who spoke before me, obviously, although he did not say it openly, latently it existed in his conscience. For here he was in the community, offering his services with a clean character. Other men appeared to be so famous, from ill-gotten gains, from rape, statutory rape of the state itself by the action over the years. And here you are in a constituency offering yourself with goodwill. You want to help the people from whom you sprung, and you're offering your services and you're trying to demonstrate to them every day and get that goodwill that is so desired in order to be successful to become a member of parliament. And people are involved in not just bribery, but this is twofold. Politicians also get engaged in extortion as well. Because politicians, because of the nature of the power which they have, to make major decisions on who can get and who can't, sometimes drive fear in the hearts of not putting any case against just corporate Barbados. I'm saying that sometimes corporate Barbados forced to respond because if you want to get into the market in order to exploit and abuse the market itself, you first sometimes might have to respond to the needs of a politician. And that brings me back to the view that power tends to corrupt. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it's not just poetry, it's not just a vague maxim, it's a reality. And I have seen in the newspapers in this country, businessmen say, I am not coming back here to invest. No politician can tell me who to enter into a contract with, what I must do with my money in order to get, at least be a citizen and to be able to invest in this country, and therefore men flee as a consequence of people of that criminal nature. And all of that occurred right in front of the faces of men of integrity at all different levels, including the men of the cloth. Some men of the cloth also joined hands in hand with politicians, held massive meetings, and support the very criminal elements that corrupted the society. All of them victims of a phobia of an abstraction called a political party. All of them. I loved this party so bad that I was part and parcel of this party before the 1950s and 60s and 70s. As though parties are fixed and personalities are fixed to eternity. That is not so. A political party could be good in the morning and wicked in the evening. And the Democratic Labour Party, if I could so mention their name, produced the best of its kind at one point in history, but recently it is not the same Democratic Labour Party that we saw in the 1960s. And I'm not saying that they were flawless, but I'm just trying to cite an example, Mr. Chairman, that people change, behavior changes. And sometimes sometimes a fusion occurs when people of like minds come together. So sometimes you can get one person that will keep a check on another person, but when you get people of like minds, all of a criminal nature coming together, the only consensus that exists is one of crime. And that's what we have witnessed over the last few years in this country. And I believe, sir, that there is one person who got trapped trapped while becoming a member of the former government in these chambers. And he became powerless and probably fall victim also to some of the practices that existed. I'm not sure about that, and I believe that, but I have good grounds to identify individuals as suspects. And the integrity legislation, as you call it, this is a passive term, right, for militant and aggressive criminal acts, right? Which I believe that was the first misrepresentation. My experience on the ground with the masses, they say that politicians thieving. They say politicians are criminals. I have never heard a grassroots man, this is something for the aristocracy, obviously. I've never heard a grassroots man say, man, he has no integrity. As I hear a man talking, so you know he's a phony man. I'm serious. I hear a phony man. Politicians are seen as corrupt. We are forced, like in some criminal cases, you have to prove that you're not guilty. You got to prove you're innocent. But this here seems to suggest this crime is, or the intention is, that the penalties, right, the penalties might be almost friendly. Because these men, I have seen contracts being flaunted around and men driving and still drinking the best alcoholic beverages in this country and socializing in the most sophisticated environs in this country as though there's nothing to fear. So we can pass legislation, and I hope that I will see a different mindset. And I have my confidence in the Attorney General that the society is calling for blood. We are not vindictive. But if we don't set examples, then you can talk until the cows come home. You cannot resolve a problem in the ghetto, in the neighborhoods across Barbados, because the conversation under the trees, in the trenches, is about the corruption of politicians. I found myself, sir, before the magistrate court, and I know what I'm talking about. I found myself standing in a box, holding a small book in my hand, swearing that I must tell the truth. And the criminals was responsible for me being in the box, as though he committed a crime. I know that I innocently went to the Ministry of Education on that day and Youth Affairs, spoke to the permanent secretary, who said the summer camp for the institution to which I was a director was approved. They visited it, permanent secretary approved it. But the minister of the time from the constituency of St. George South said that I must not have a camp. It would have to be over her dead body. And she was supported then by the then parliamentary representative from St. Michael's Northwest. And they made a television appearance. And they said all kind of pejorative things about me and the institution to which I belong. And that institution was formed in their time when I was a member of that same political party. They said I had millions of dollars. They eventually they had police harassing me day in and day out. once Friday evening, they wanted to make sure that I was in prison for the weekend. Sir, they sent 3 policemen, well rehearsed. When they got by my place, that institution, they dragged the notebooks from the top pockets, almost in a regimental form. All the hands came together with the same color notebooks and the pencil came out. And they began to ask me questions. Well, I told them, well, you know, I don't go for all these optics that you involve in, you know? You could only ask me a few questions. Any other questions, the magistrate would answer me. I went this Saturday because I refused to talk. All they could ask me is where you live, or who your name, and that is it. No other answers. And I went down to the police station at Central. And I gave, they held me in Central for about 3 hours, answered me questions. 1 or 2 of the police will come and tell me, Lord, Pressy, we didn't want to get involved in this, you know. But the instructions came from on high. Criminals playing a central role in not only policymakers, but also reaching out into the police force. And I have no doubt sometimes that they also tamper within the judiciary, because I know that they have politics in the judiciary too. So if you're going to talk seriously about a piece of legislation, despite the nature of its name, we got to face the reality in this country, because some of these men will get charged and they know who to go to. Put forward technical arguments, get the case delayed for 10 years. And then all of a sudden, the memory of it dissipates. Nobody remembers that there was a case. If I cite them for you, you will pretend that you're shocked. But I know a lot of characters in this country that have been involved in all kinds of criminal acts. Sometimes when it starts at the magistrate court, the magistrate don't hear the prima facie case until it comes to about 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the evening, because all the rest of people who stole mackerel and Breckney Major stock must be out of the court first, and then they come in after 1 o'clock and they begin to hear who went to school with whose school tie got the same color, whoever at Lodge or whoever at Harrison College. They say we can't lock it here. He comes from a respectable family in this country. I know that all of us are conscious that prior to the 2008 election, these people were responsible for the destruction of Clico. You saw all of this money going around. Men who said they will never be candidates under the leadership of the then leader, and I believe, sir, that I could call his name. I might not be able to call the name of living entities, but if someone deceased, I should be able to make it a historic record, right? There's a fossil now. But that individual who was responsible for legal matters within that institution told me, I have so much. He said, Pressy, I want you to make a decision now, because you have nothing to worry about. I am walking on water. Well, I'm not a biblical man, but I would assume that the leader of the opposition, the Reverend, might be able to bring some interpretation to that. He said, I was walking on water. I don't know what manner of man normally walk on water, but he was able to walk on water, and I am assuming that he is a man. And in that election, we saw how that money was circulating. Bad habits emerged from 2008, where men were bribing, politicians were bribing the electorate in order to secure victory. So nobody can't tell me they don't understand what bribing is all about. Because I saw bribing in all the elections since 2008, you know. Don't mind the former prime minister, and here said, I am going to investigate the matter. Now all of this nonsense in Barbados, we upset. We don't see anything wrong with that. We also saw one of the members of the management of Clico who wrote a check for $3.3 million, forwarded to Thompson Associates. Lord, that's $3.3 million. Everybody in Barbados heard about it. And wrote a note indicating that it was for legal fees. Now the check ultimately was paid back to the very person who was responsible for the management of the institution from which the check came. And we don't understand that is criminality. We don't understand that is a crime. You really believe that that's the first time something like this has occurred? That culture runs through the veins of almost everybody who was part and parcel of that institution. We did not get them before a law court, but they went before the court of the people of Barbados. And nobody so far has given me a sensible or scientific explanation for Barbadians to recognize the importance of totally purging these halls of such sinister beings in this country. Totally. How can you explain it? And it relates to all of this. Because the people know all the filibustering inside the courts in Barbados about forming new companies and taking out these Thompson Associates out of the litigations and all of that. That every common man read. People died in the last few years, left in money in the same company. Ordinary people, in order to remain valid in the institution, has to pay monthly premiums in order to survive and for the policy to remain very much a valid policy. And you tell me you don't understand the distinction between man-made description of what is a crime and what is a breach of the integrity and what is morality and what is ethics and all of that. There's a universal law, man, that talks about justice. No more man ain't made that law. Nobody don't debate. The 30 men in Parliament don't make that law. Wherever you go in the world, people understand what is justice. When the South African people were talking about an apartheid system and saying it is the law, Nelson Mandela and many activists over the years understood that it was the law, but it was unjust. And that inspired men to fight and fight to change things. I have seen, even in contemporary times, extraordinary fees being charged for perusing and flipping pages and making adjustment to lots of documents that sometimes attorneys only pick up the documents and put in 6 words. So send me a precedent, some specimen sent down to you, and you just take out 1 word and you change from McDonald's and put in Kentucky Fried Chicken. and the man send that back. You know, a man charged $5,800,000 for a document? Huh? A lawyer? A lawyer? You know, you can work for $5,800,000 in a week. He went through a document that ain't as big as this exercise book. And he charged $5,800,000. No, I don't know if this legislation, I haven't read it, because I am not schooled in certain things, but this should be retroactive. Because I would like to know that these people accumulate this kind of wealth. And when, sir, you come in here and work hard for a few dollars, are there people out there sometimes, when they get so much money, and a lawyer signing your name at the bottom of a document, he probably didn't even change the words, he segregate to his secretary that he probably only paid $300 a week. You're talking about integrity? Well, there should be a punishment, because that is a breach of integrity too. We have some serious
Your
problems.
Honourable has 2 more minutes.
We have some serious problems. I recently came across a document for $500,000. They wanted to talk about at first, in fact, just ahead of this point, that was the attorney, Michael Yearwood. I ain't hiding that.
He in everything.
Everything this week. In my ministry, and Barbadians don't fully understand the nature of the crisis. It's a crisis of crime too. Not only in the economy, we have never seen crime of this magnitude in our entire lives. And I sympathize with the members of parliament who, along with the Prime Minister, has to, in fact, they have to go through all the documents as the various members in the different ministries produce documents to show you documents that deserve to be totally examined to determine if enough muck is in it that should land. I mean, I hope that we are not wasting time expressing ourselves in here, sweating, getting agitated over these issues, and then somebody can seek to arrest criminals. I would expect that any form of, look, if they can get me teeth in anything, I will get the front page of Friday evening or Sunday in this country. I see it already. I don't put up any case for anybody, but I was in the Ministry of Social Transformation once. And a man cut down an ackee tree. I get $11,000. And the whole of Barbados condemned the man. Even the man that cut down the ackee tree condemned the man. Because he said, well, he deserved 8,000 more.
That's not a travel friend.
No, you understand. The party then in opposition, they were the main culprits that were critical of the form of action. And then eventually, those men used money to make sure that the same man that they consider not to be worthy of being in here, because the act which he perpetuated was not that wholesome, he then ended up being part and parcel with the same criminals. you look. Now we gotta be serious.
Do you all remember wind up, please?
Sir, we need to take serious action. I really want to tell you, because you believe that only the 2 vehicles that came from Transtech is the only 2 vehicles. But I could tell you about another case, but at another time, I will make mention of that, because that is a special narrative. Where a man ends up with a car and a government vehicle. I had problems in trying to understand what was the job description. You know, the man asked for $500,000 for the job. He overseeing a project, doing work.
Honorable member,
And the taxpayers' money
I
going.
know that you are energetic
Yeah.
and you have zest, zeal, enthusiasm, but please wind up.
Sir, I really believe that, I know that I started off probably on a point which most people might believe to be one of trivia, and that is questioning the nature of the term that we apply, the term called integrity. But I at least one step forward in the circumstances, and I'm actually proud to see that I am part of an administration who consider this matter so important, even if it means that we, as a result of having a treasury that is broken, that we are forced to think in terms of integrity. Because if these men had integrity, then we would have money in the treasury. And as a result, we are now facing with all the struggles of Barbadians being unemployed, a number of projects that we'd like to introduce.
I thank you, honorable member.
And sir, I thank you very much for indulgence. Oh boy.
The honorable member for St. George North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this important debate. I have seen it over and over again over the past 20 years or so that we put a system or systems in place, and then another party comes into power, and this whole act that we put in place, these acts are eroded. I believe today marks a new shift where this government is putting in place integrity legislation in order to ensure that any future government must abide by these principles, must abide by the law. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I know that the Barbados Labour Party between 1976 and 1986 had a code of conduct which, even though the law was not in place, that cabinet ministers and members of parliament and permanent secretaries and board members had to follow. I also recall in 1994, when we became the government, that the then Prime Minister put a code. In fact, the cabinet secretary gave us a code, gave us, these are things you do, and these are things you do not do. Then we had experienced cabinet ministers like the former representative for the city, former representative for Christchurch South, Zahar Bernard. And we had persons who had served in the cabinet, who sat with young ministers, young parliamentarians to advise them. And I think it is very important for us, when we come to public life, to bring a certain code of ethic or understanding. I believe that in the last administration, we saw a situation where the advice was not present and persons were allowed to do as they like. I believe that the last administration suffered from that type of experience which we had, and persons were allowed to do almost anything. But of course, as members of the government have said, and the Attorney General, the public has spoken, and we saw a situation in the last general election where the public wanted vengeance, and they have took their vengeance out of a system in which the Democratic Labour Party did not retain a seat. And of course, as we saw what happened, that most members won by a margin of 2,000 votes, and it meant that the public went ahead and do their own thing. And despite the government may not want to take vengeance, and I understand that we do not want to peep under anybody and do things, but the public has spoken that they want this government to do something about corruption, because we cannot in one breath say that there's corruption and point fingers at persons, but that we're not going to take a step further. We need to look at what happens in advanced society like the USA and Canada. When corruption is proved, persons have to face the law courts. And we need to put a legal system in place, because our legal system needs to be revised. Our legal system needs to be put in place that you have justice and not justice being delayed. We need to have a system where it can work year-round. We need to have a system in our legal system, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these matters are brought swiftly. I believe that the government, having found matters that are impeding injustice, must set up some form of, if not, the government does not want to set up a commission, must set up forms of investigation. And how do you ask the same people to investigate themselves? Because I am aware that in the last 10 years, the last administration would have put number of persons in office, permanent secretaries, chairmen of boards. They would have put deputy permanent secretaries, and persons came up through the system. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that over the last 10 years, a number of persons elevated in stature. A number of persons, Mr. Speaker, bypass persons in authority. That is, persons step from being clerical officers to become SAO, they become deputy permanent secretaries, permanent secretaries. And you have a number of persons in place, and the public has spoken. Now, in our system of democracy, Mr. Speaker, only those persons who are elected are changed. Persons are changed. So we are here temporary. We are here for a time. And of course, I have heard, Mr. Speaker, in my time, many permanent secretaries and many persons in the civil service will tell you, man, you are a minister, you're here only for a certain time. You're here only for 2 or 3 years, 5 years. We will see you. In fact, I recall in 2008, when we left Cabinet Office on that day, that some civil servants were saying to us, bye-bye, and those of us who had any inclination recognized that our time was up. I could not see it because in St. George, sometimes we do not see that change, because St. George people are not privy to them sort of things, because we were doing well and we did not see the change in St. George. But the change was imminent. But the point I am making is, how do we accept a system that says certain people must go, but those who are permanent and those who are in authority remains to investigate those who have gone? And therefore, I have seen a situation within a certain ministry that you will never know the truth. So the true picture of what the government has found will never be told, because those people who are investigating will never tell you what is the true picture. And ministers will ask, tell me how many contracts in a particular ministry, how many contracts in a particular board, but they will never know the full truth or the full thing unless an investigative procedure is put in place. And I recalled that in our time, that a permanent secretary was held responsible because he's the accounting officer within the ministry. The permanent secretary is the accounting officer within the ministry. If there are any investigative matters to be done, I believe that the government needs to set up some form of system to investigate what has happened over the past 10 or 20 years, or whatever you want the period. Because the public has spoken, and the public have spoken in loud, clear terms. This government cannot backpedal now. The government cannot backpedal now and say, well, look, okay, I heard, the Honourable Prime Minister said today that no vengeance is the Lord, which is true. I've heard members say, okay, we'll go so further. We'll not go beyond. But the public wants us to put a system in place that they know for sure. The public wants to put a system in place that we know for sure that something is being done. Now, I believe that I heard a member for St. James North spoke today, and he made a point that Barbados has been relegated to a position where we are looked upon as a corrupt society. Corruption from the bottom right to the top. And we are doing the right thing to set motions in place to ensure that we at least do something from the top. What about the bottom? What about those persons at the level of right down at the bottom? What happens? The Customs Department, the Police Department. What happened to the boards? What happened to the various persons in society that ask for people to give them something? What happens from the welfare department where persons cannot, the poor people cannot get welfare unless they know somebody? There are people who say to me daily that they see persons getting vouchers and they can't and they have children to support. There are people who cannot get, the poor people cannot get anything because they don't know anybody. So we have to put a system in place to ensure that those persons who want the service most get the service. Those persons who want jobs get jobs. We have said since 2000, even beyond 2000, before 2000, that we do not want to see a situation where persons, nobody in a household is working. That everybody should be working. At least one person in every household. There are some people who are not working. There are lots of people who are not working in our system. Many people. And the poor feels it mostly. And we have a situation where the last election borne out that many politicians were able to give from the other side a lot of things. I marvel, Mr. Speaker, that how politicians were able to give iPads, television sets, and I was in Parliament for over 20 years and cannot even give nothing. Why can't I believe it? Why can't I believe it that how a politician can give out iPads, flat screen TV, washing machines and harms and all sorts of things? Whereas, I never had to do this here in St. George. But I marvel, people say, you can't even give one? And people give a whole set of TV? Why can't I believe this? Mr. Speaker, and I am very proud of the constituents of St. Michael West, Central, West, Northwest. I'm very happy with those constituents of St. John who said to us, enough is enough. Enough is enough. And they took money and voted against them. And that's good. You took your money and vote against you. And I believe that, the public must put an end to this. Giving money, giving goodies, and those things, and then expect an educated public. We are educated people. People know People know what they went through for the last 10 years, sufferation. But now you come to give us some money at election time and ask us to support you. And the people across Barbados sent the message that they want something done. They want something done, and we have to do it. And I leave this up to the government. But the government has to set this in motion, that the future for members of parliament must look good. That when you come to public life, you are not expected to earn more than you're paid. But of course, this brings me to the other matter too, that politicians, members of parliament should be paid properly. Now, I have said this here before, and I say it again. Members of parliament should be paid properly. You cannot pay a members of parliament. The backbencher here is paid like a normal clerk of parliament. The backbencher is paid like the normal clerk of parliament. The backbencher is paid like a normal civil servant. The lowest, I don't know. No, I'm not talking about your business, but the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, you cannot expect the executive to supervise an economy and then pay the member of parliament, because ministers are not paid as MPs. Ministers are paid as ministers, yes. But his salary is linked to the civil servants. But there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying to you, you need to pay persons at the ministerial level better, at all levels, at this top, better, because you do not want persons to accept these things. And I am saying to you, despite we have integrity, despite we have these types of codes of conduct across the system, every year members of parliament must give to their constituents, and the temptation is there, because I saw it with my own clear eyes, that in the last administration you can give out all these things. You can come to the public with all these, with all types of money and cars. I hear people talk about cars and people driving about cars. Is it because of what has happened in society? This society expects these things to happen, and therefore a member of parliament, a person who does not have that type of training and upbringing, may very well fall for foolishness. And we need to set it right. Because if a member of parliament is paid correctly, if a member of parliament has that type of code of conduct, and then he does what he's not supposed to do, then he should pay the full weight of the public, of the court to be put on that man or that person. That's my view. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we need to put these things right up front. That we have to put in place a system not only for members of parliament, but for top civil servants, for people at the board level. We need to send a signal across society that we are here to protect the poor, to protect the treasury. And then about the whole question too is one of how do you award contracts. Now, I have seen in some ministries that contracts are awarded not by the minister, not by the chairman of boards, but at certain levels. And we need to, a system must be put in place. I know some time ago we were looking at a contractor general. How do you put and how do you award contracts? Do you award contracts necessarily to the highest bidder or to the lowest? What do you do in awarding contracts? So that a mix must be formed, a mix must be given, so that within the ministries, within the boards, the way how contracts are awarded needs to be examined. I believe we've talked about a committee form. We have talked about certain persons, professionals in some places where they can look at the various contracts and say, well, this contract is worth X amount or X plus Y, what do you do? But we have in a small society, Mr. Speaker, a system where persons sometimes will tell other persons outside what the contract is worth. And you have to watch this so that those persons who know how to wheel and deal, because this is what it is, and you know what they say about power. Power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And we have to be able to put a system in place at this juncture. I think, Mr. Speaker, the time is right for us as the government at the start of this term to put the system in place. I know in 1994, when we came to office, the Democratic Labour Party had cut the salaries of civil servants. I know that. And the then government, this Barbados Labour Party government, put on the statute books that the salaries of civil servants should not be cut as of that day, to the disadvantage of them. We need to put a system in place now that any future administration, right from the top right down to the bottom, because I do not think we should stop at only board chairman. I think we need to go right down through. That corruption is corruption, and it must go right down through to society. We must send a signal. As someone said, that when poor people thief, they get locked up. We need to send a signal throughout society that it is wrong. That bravery, whether it is in the church, whether it is in the unions, whether it is in the government, all through. Because I am saying to you, if I cannot pay the bank, my house is taken from me. If I cannot pay the bank. If a poor man cannot pay his rent, he is put out. And we have a lot of them knocking at national housing doors. A lot of people can't pay the rent not because they're thieves, not because they're villains, but because they are not working. And I'm saying to the government, you have to look at those persons who are not working. There are lots of people who came to me recently. One woman came to me in my constituency and said, look, I have 4 children. I went to welfare and I can't get help. The father is supporting the children, but I have to leave the house. And I have to go, I should not have to be going to welfare or call the minister and say, I want any help, because that's bravery too. I should not be asking the minister. A system should be put in place at the welfare department to go and investigate all them people out there. And I'm saying to the minister to put a system in place to ensure that poor people get what they deserve. No poor person. Let me say this to you, huh? I live in a society, and if we want to be first world, we have to be first world. You cannot have a system in place where I am poor. People should get service based on the needs, based on their needs, Mr. Speaker. If I am not working, we have a right to house. In fact, we need to put a system in this government that is right to housing. Every child, every human being in Barbados should have a right to shelter and a right for food. There's a right to food. I have spoken to the Minister of Agriculture. There must be food security in this country, that no boy or girl should be going home hungry or going to sleep hungry at night. Not in a wealthy society like this. We need the right to food, right to shelter. And therefore, the welfare department or system must be put in government to ensure that we do not have to go and beg for a house. And that breeds corruption. When you have to go and beg the manager of the welfare department or the manager of national housing for housing, can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Person must be on the street. So I want to see a system in place where persons are treated fairly and equally. I have a need, let the officer go and investigate. Right now we have a system at the Ministry of Health as well. Number of persons, older persons living on their own without any help. And you have to go and line up at the hospital or the geriatric hospital for a place. Now tell me, can you? That is corruption. The moment that you have to go and beg down, you will get no help. You have to call the minister. You have to call the CPO or whatever. In a poor society, this is what breeds corruption. When people feel that they have the power over others, and that's why you talk about power and absolute power. There are people down the line who have power to say, look, I will recommend this senior citizen for a place like geriatric hospital, or you represent that person only because they know somebody else. All this thing is corruption. So we want to send a signal across society that persons must get service based on needs. Person must get the contract based on my ability to do the job. There are many persons who get jobs, who get a contract but cannot do the job. Some of them subcontract. Many persons who cannot do this but get the information. So we have to be able to do much more. And the society wants to change. This society at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, wants change. 30 Love is not any mean sport. And, you know, people talk about, people want us, the Saudi Labour Party, as the government to make change. If the Labour Party is not prepared to make change, then the Labour Party should just vacate the scene. But the Labour Party, in this 5 years, must make change of this society and bring a society, because we were on the course. I see people go to work and drive a stroke. I spoke about it I told the last government, can you imagine you going to work and then driving a stroke? That's corruption too. People take sick leave and go to the doctor, and the doctor writes up sick leave to people who are not sick. We have beer, and these are things that we must speak out if we are supposed to make change. And I have said that this whole thing of permanency, that you can do as you like because I'm permanent, is wrong. You can do what you like because I'm in office is wrong. I said so to the last government, that the time will come when the people will speak. The time will come for all of us. The time will come for all of us. We have to do right. Now, I have been in office for all these years, and whatever I had to divide between the poor people, because sometimes you had to help people. You had to pull weight. That's what we do as a caring administration. And I'm saying to us that we have to continue the struggle to ensure that we bring this society. We will not be able to free it 100% from corruption, because we see what happens under the black market situation. This is a black market underground situation that we will not be able to get rid of in a hurry. But we must send a signal, and we must try our very best to ensure that we stamp out corruption at the top, the middle, and then we move to the end, because they will emulate us. As someone said today in this chamber, that people look to the politicians, they look to us. And once we send the signal that we are prepared to go the level and prepare to work hard with a decent remuneration, then the public will do the same thing. Mr. Speaker, I believe, and I want to conclude by saying that we need to set a deliberate system where we have responsibility and accountability at all levels. It is very important that we do so. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
The Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to lend my voice to this debate and in support of the Integrity in Public Life Bill. I want to start at the outset by thanking all honourable members who have spoken and who have supported by authoring their signatures, certainly, to our manifesto in support of all of the principles that have been espoused by the Barbados Labour Party in relation to integrity in public life. I want to also thank our leader of the Barbados Labour Party, the Honourable Prime Minister, for blazing the trail in ensuring that this piece of legislation was the first priority of a Barbados Labour Party administration on coming to office. It was one of the promises that were made prior to the election. It is one of the promises, many of the promises have been kept, but this one in particular, I believe, is one that has blessed the hearts of many Barbadians, both here and also abroad. It has certainly found favor with the business community, who has been calling for a new way of doing business in public life. And it augurs well for future generations and certainly persons who endeavor to come to public life, certainly in the future. Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, I always tell the story that I wanted to be a politician. And I recall looking up to persons back then, on both sides of the political divide, who represented for me persons who were of good character and integrity. They stood for something. They didn't fall for everything. They stood for something. They were able to articulate a position and a vision for this country. And while there may have been differences across the political divide, their integrity, for the most part, was often not called into question. Those were the people who I looked up to. Those were the people who I understood had the best interests of this country at heart. And they, through the decades, were able to chart a course in Barbadian life to which many people looked up to in our society. In the last decade, Mr. Speaker, it has certainly almost brought tears to my eyes at some points when I sat in the other chamber and certainly on the other side of this floor and watched in amazement how members of the last administration would twist the facts in relation to issues which many of us who have done politics and government understand are principles of individual or collective responsibility under a Westminster system. Principles which, because we are of a Westminster system, that these are things that many of us come to hold dear in relation to a prime minister may take in a position that if somebody in his cabinet steps out of line, that they would be corrected, that they would be disciplined. A principle, Mr. Speaker, that if persons come together in a cabinet and make agreement on certain things that will affect the nation, that they will come into a chamber such as this and they will hold to the principles upon which they have agreed. And we saw in the last few years an administration that not only lost its integrity, but it certainly lost its credibility. Because members of the last administration would agree one thing in cabinet and then come into this chamber or speak to the media, and all of a sudden, their morning words and their evening words could not be trusted by the people of this country. We got a resounding victory in the last election. And we got it, sir, not only because we were led by a remarkable leader, but we got a victory because we did not just talk the talk, but we walked the walk. And we have also now that we have become the government of the day, been able to deliver to the people of this country what we said we would do. I recall back in 2008, the former member for St. John, now deceased, the late Honourable David Thompson, coming to the electorate of this country and speaking out about corruption in high places, indicating that an administration that he would lead if he was elected would ensure that there was transparency, accountability in public life, and certainly integrity legislation that would be brought to the fore once he became the next administration. He also spoke about a Freedom of Information Act, Mr. Speaker, that was high on the agenda for the Democratic Labour Party. He told the public that there would also be instituted a ministerial code of conduct by members of that administration, that they would sign on to a document which would govern the way in which they were able to manage the affairs of this country. 2008 came, sir, and 2008 passed us. and every successive year that followed, whether it was after the late Prime Minister's death or the new Prime Minister, the former member for St. Michael South, the late administration refused to uphold the principles that brought them to office in 2008. Mr. Speaker, it is, I believe, for those reasons that the public of Barbados got frustrated, not just with the Democratic Labour Party administration, but with politicians saying that they would do something and then do something differently. And in everything that we saw over the course of the last decade, because I too, like many others, believe that we have lost a decade in terms of our transformation as a country, but in terms also of our governance as well. Because on many occasions I've said in this chamber, we cannot put ourselves in a position where the people who on either side of the floor look like us, but then we do things that do not represent who we are and the education that we have now come to hold dear. And therefore, there's an onus on us, once we hold these offices, that we will do things not just to enrich the people of this country, but certainly to empower the people in a way that has never been done before, Mr. Speaker. And so this particular piece of legislation is long overdue. It is something which I hope that future generations will marvel at, that the Barbados Labour Party administration was able to bring this piece of legislation to fruition. But I also am mindful that it doesn't simply end by us passing this legislation. I am mindful that it is what we do after we pass this legislation that is going to matter to the people of this country and to the rest of the world. And therefore, it is important that in this particular piece of legislation, an offense has been created for members for failing to register their interests. And that is important, sir, because the legislation does not simply anticipate that an act will be committed or an act of corruption will be committed alone. It anticipates that members will be found guilty of an offense should they fail to also register and record their interests with the Integrity Commission. And I believe that that is very significant. So it is not a case where the public can say, well, they're going to protect their own. Because just the mere act of failing to register creates in and of itself a message to the people of this country that we are serious about ensuring that integrity legislation is put in place, but that it is also upheld. And many of you would have indicated, because of through our leader, and registered their declaration of assets even before this legislation will come to fruition. It is a process, Mr. Speaker, that is being done to register our belief in what it is that we are here today to do. And I want the public to understand that while this bill will go to select committee, it is not to further delay the process of holding members accountable. Because unlike the last administration, where only the leader of the Barbados Labour Party then and the now Prime Minister and the former leader of the Barbados Labour Party were the only two individuals of this House to have ever laid their assets in Parliament, all of our members, Mr. Speaker, have indicated that they will provide the Cabinet Office with a declaration of their interests and their assets even before this legislation is passed. That, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the seriousness with which the members of the Barbados Labour Party have treated this issue of integrity in public life. Now, I could speak to the fact, sir, that the last administration, particularly through the former Prime Minister, wanted us to believe that a 1929 piece of legislation could bind and be upheld by, in any way, rather, in the event that there were any acts of corruption under the previous administration. And I could say that he insulted the intelligence of all Barbadians, knowing full well that a 6-page document of 1929 could not possibly govern the way of life, and particularly in public life of the people in this country today. I could say that, sir, but I believe the people of this country pronounced on that disrespect for them in the last election. I could also say that the fact that the Barbados Labour Party has been prepared to increase the fines in relation to this piece of legislation and certainly go beyond what the early 1929 legislation, which only allowed for $2,400 to be the fine should any person have been found guilty of corruption under the Act. That again is testimony to the fact and the seriousness with which the Barbados Labour Party holds this particular piece of legislation and this particular action at this juncture of our public life. And sir, I believe that to the credit of the Barbados Labour Party, we have done and surpassed what others have only spoken about to our credit. But again, I want to urge honourable members to bear in mind that the cost of corruption over the last decade has now led all of us to a position where it has made it even more difficult for us to govern in our respective ministries. Because the cost of corruption has meant that coming to office, it is more difficult to be able to have the leverage and the financial sums of money to be able to assist persons who needed to get their conveyances in relation to housing units in the housing areas across the country. It means that people can't get their roofs fixed as they would have liked. It means that the cost overruns that we saw under the last administration and the corruption that took place under the last administration has cost us an unkempt Barbados in which we now have to find the resources with which to put things right. It means that the cost overruns that we saw an administration preside over in relation to projects like Valerie and the Grotto speaks to the cost of corruption. And all of us must do everything within our power to ensure that it never, ever happens again. Those are the costs of corruption to Barbadians. The Democratic Labour Party administration has cost us the inability for the member for St. Thomas to be able to ensure that people who have fallen below the poverty line, that after the last election, that she can ensure that those persons are lifted up in a quick and timely manner. That is what the cost of corruption has led to. It has cost us the inability to get roads fixed across this country, that we have had to go cap in hand to international institutions to enter into arrangements which a couple years ago Barbados would never have entered into because we now can do no better. That is what the cost of corruption has meant to us. It has meant the difficulty, sir, in being able to get our recreational facilities across this country to be on international standards so that our young people can have playing fields and have lights facilitated on those playing fields across the country. It has cost us the inability to expand community centers in the way that we would have liked coming to office, sir. That is what the last decade has cost us as a result of corruption. So when we come with a bill, the Integrity in Public Life Bill, it isn't because the Barbados Labour Party is on some witch hunt against the Democratic Labour Party, sir. But it is because we have a shared vision in the Barbados Labour Party and one that wants to see the people of this country do better. But we have a responsibility that if we are going to call on the people of this country to pull their weight and to help us to carry the load, that we also have to lead by example. And if we are going to call on you to put your affairs in order, to make sure that your taxes are paid, and that you do what is right according to the law of this country, that we too, as the lawmakers, must also put our house in order to ensure that not only do we stamp out corruption, but we send a message to those who may want to corrupt the very same politicians within our administration that this will not be tolerated. That is what this piece of legislation is about, sir. So, you know, there are the critics who say we brought the legislation and it's going to have no teeth and it's like the legal profession or the medical profession investigating into their own affairs. But I want the public to understand that the Integrity Commission that will be established is not going to look like the members in this room. It is an independent commission to be able to look into allegations in respect of bribery. And that is what is important. And therefore, within the respective ministries, the leader of the Barbados Labour Party has indicated to you time and time again that we have taken the last couple weeks not to simply start the ball rolling in respective ministries to get things done and to make it seem as though we are ticking off things that we promised in manifestos, but we have had to start an exercise which examines the contracts that were signed by a Democratic Labour Party administration, in most cases on the eve of an election, extending the life of contracts, knowing full well that they could very well not be the next administration of government. We have had to spend the last couple of weeks not just articulating our vision for this country, because the people of this country know what our vision is, but we have had to take the time to expose the wrongdoings, to be able to figure out where the monies are that we can now spend on the people of this country. That is what we have been doing, sir. And we have had to do it because of the cost of corruption that has been created by the former administration. Sir, when I can hear stories from my colleagues about contracts that didn't even expire, but that the last administration created a new contract and extended the life of the next contract for 5 and 6 years. Something is wrong, sir. It speaks to the nature of the individuals who led this last administration. It speaks to the fact that an integrity in public life bill is a necessity. Because as the leader and the Prime Minister always says to us, there has come a time now where we cannot leave anything or take anything for granted. We must reduce everything to writing. There was a time when those things didn't have to happen because good men and women existed in our society who understood right and wrong. But now we have had to read into the laws of Barbados consequences for the actions which many seem to believe had no consequences. And my brother from St. Michael East spoke to it earlier, that you almost have created two Barbadoses where there's integrity at one level and no integrity at the other. That you can find situations, sir, where people have called into question the seriousness with which law and order is administered in this country. That there is one rule for some and one rule for others, sir. There was a time when you could never have had in this country ministers driving vehicles belonging to entities to which they were giving contracts to in their own ministries. Not only would they know it was wrong, sir, but the Prime Minister of the day would never have allowed or facilitated the wrongdoing. Sir, what has corruption cost us? Corruption in this country in the last decade has also cost us free education at the tertiary level. It meant that monies that would once have been applied to allow average Barbadians to be able to get a tertiary education, that the last administration decided how much they were going to pay, when they were going to pay, and were even so deceitful, sir, that they would go to the extent of changing the underlying philosophy of the Democratic Labour Party to accommodate what they felt at the time was the right thing to do. Because to say that the late Arabara never intended education to be free forever, sir, again is an insult to the intelligence of the people of this country. So when we speak about integrity, it is not about how much money has been taken away out of the public purse. It is also about the way in which members of parliament carry themselves and how ministers of government also articulate policy, and that we don't simply come to parliament to make pronouncements, that we actually do what we say we are going to do. That is also the integrity that must also be read into an understanding of this legislation as well. It is about holding each other to account, pulling back others when we think that they are going wrong, being able to call a spade, but also understanding the doctrines upon which we have been founded, that we accept responsibility in our ministries as well when things go wrong, and that collectively as a cabinet, we are bound together by the collective decisions that are made, sir. Those principles must be restored to Barbadian politics and governance. It is a necessity, sir, if we are going to move forward as a country. And I believe that, again, one of the things that perhaps has also impressed the International Monetary Fund in the negotiations that the leader has had over the course of the last few weeks, and other members of the cabinet, is the fact that Barbados is prepared to pass such legislation at this particular point in time. Because we all know that when resources are limited, human nature is such that people try to find and to carve out a niche for themselves, sir. And so more than ever, this legislation comes at a time and a juncture in our history, which is now needed more than ever. I want, sir, to remind Barbadians of the cost of corruption, of the overruns that have taken place over the last couple of years. Because like I said before, those are the things that have crippled the ability of this administration to be able to rise from the ashes, sir. But it has not crippled our intelligence. It has not crippled our ability to have a clear vision as to where we want to go. They may have thrown us off track because what we thought was left, we came to find that it was something else. And I don't think many of us could ever have appreciated the level of corruption which took place under the last administration. That men and women would stand across on the floor of us, sir, and create an impression that the Barbados Labour Party in its bosom was so corrupt that it should never be returned to office in this country. But you know, I grew up hearing that he who is without sin should cast the first stone. I also grew up hearing that people in glass houses should not throw stones. And I lived true to those principles because I sat on the other side and I remarked on several occasions, it is going to be interesting when the Barbados Labour Party becomes the next administration, what we are going to uncover, what we are going to unveil to the public of this country in relation to the things that took place. And I want the people of this country to understand that all the smokes and mirrors that the last administration created in the atmosphere were only to throw the public off track in relation to the wrongdoings that were taking place in respective ministries. Because you cannot tell me, sir, that on the eve of an election, cabinet meeting is held, contracts are signed. I believe that had to have been the longest cabinet meeting in the history of this country. Because across every single ministry, you will find that on that last Thursday before the election, ministers rushed to cabinet with all kinds of cabinet papers to sign off contracts for consultants, allocate lands in this country, give town and country planning permission for all kinds of things. You know, it is hurtful, sir, because I have people who want to expand their businesses in my community. They have to go through the channels to apply for proper planning permission. But then you can discover after coming to office that there are people who did not go through the channels, but a piece of paper gets pulled out of a bag and a revelation is made that you can touch no one in high places because for some reason they were able to obtain the planning documents that none of our constituents could have obtained prior to the election. Those are the things, sir, that we must stamp out. Those are the things, sir, that we must speak out against. And I believe that as the Honourable Attorney General has indicated, member for St. Joseph has indicated, this is not the last that will be heard of integrity in this country. Because I agree with him, we must leave no stone unturned until we unveil all of the wrongdoing that was done by a Democratic Labour Party that has cost us the position that we now find ourselves in, sir. We must leave no stone unturned. I have had people in my ministry that have been engaged on contracts, $7,000 a month. Individuals who ran against members on our side. $7,000 a month to advise the minister on deviance and in the schools. Sir, without any consultation with members of the officers in the Ministry of Education, has drawn a salary of $7,000. Do you know how many students at the university that could have paid for? From 2012, sir? That is what corruption has cost us in this country. And those are the reasons why together we have to support this legislation and we have to see it through. And we have to make sure that when we are hiring people, we hire the best people for the job. That is what Barbadians now come to expect. Yes, people want work, but the tone that must be set by each and every one of us must be a tone where people understand that they must be given the opportunities to be able to apply for jobs for which they fit the description. And that we cannot continue to perpetuate a situation in this country where we put square pegs in round holes, or that we create positions to be able to feather the nest of supporters, sir. Those are the things that the people of this country voted the Democratic Labour Party out on. And those are the things that every day must remind us when we go to our respective ministries, when we go about doing the people's business, as to why we got here and why we must stay here, sir. So I understand the temptations will come because the characters have not changed. I understand that. But I believe that we have set the tone as an administration as to what we will stand for and what we will fight for. And I therefore, sir, support this legislation. You know, I remember the last administration talked about buying votes, and they were going to investigate the vote buying, because that was also a reflection on a lack of integrity. I hear about the TVs, the flat screen TVs that were given out, the hampers, you know, I mean, sir, this legislation is necessary because it has to start somewhere. Those things will come in terms of reforms in relation to elections and that aspect of campaigning. But we have to start with the very people who create the laws, and we have to make sure that the people who come to public life and who consider themselves worthy of holding these positions, that these persons understand that this is no joke, that they actually have a responsibility to the people of this country, sir. And sir, I want to, in my closing, I want to also remind this chamber that while we go to select committee, and I will move the motion shortly, that while we go to select committee, it is incumbent on each and every one of us to echo the sentiments of our leader in relation to turning this country around and transforming this economy. And a large part of what we must do is transform the governance structure within this House of Parliament as well. It is important that when we have a select committee, that we do so in a way which allows the public of this country to be able to participate. It also means integrity in this country also means, sir, that when people participate, that other people must be able to see that they are participating as well. And that we must now find other means to be able to engage the public. The Labour Party did not get here by chance. Every opportunity that we had through our Rubbing Shoulders program across the length and breadth of this country, we used social media to ensure that we included people, not just here, but across the world. And people have now become accustomed to that standard, sir. And so we have taken a decision that in relation to the Select Committee, that we will also televise and also ensure that through social media, the widest possible viewing that can take place will take place and start by this Barbados Labour Party administration so doing. The days of having a full house in the public gallery are no more. People will listen to the debate, sir, yes, but people also now must be engaged in social media in a way that the rest of the world has also engaged their people to participate in their democracy. And so we believe that we have to start the ball rolling with this particular Select Committee, because it isn't enough just to simply view Parliament online, but we have to, and to view these debates, we must also seek to improve the ability of people to see all of the machinery of government working. And it was something I was critical of the last administration. We had committees that never functioned. There were several occasions where the current Prime Minister called on the former administration to create joint select committees, to allow consultation with people on the outside who may be able to add value to the discussion, because there has always been a belief that all the bright minds will not be found in one place and all the ideas will not come from one political party. And sir, we will not from opposition say one thing and then do something else in government, because I don't believe that we have come here to simply rubber stamp and to just follow through in a process and behave as though it is business as usual, sir. And so I want to move at this stage that further consideration of the bill, the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018, be referred to a joint select committee of both houses of Parliament, comprising 11 members, 7 members from the House and 4 from the Senate. The members I propose, sir, is the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, the Honourable Member for St. Peter, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, the Honourable Member for St. John, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, and of course, sir, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West and Leader of the Opposition. The terms of reference, sir. The terms of reference for the Select Committee of both houses to look into the Integrity in Public Life Act 2018 shall be as follows, sir. To inquire into and determine whether the bill as drafted effectively fulfills the express objects of promoting and maintaining the integrity of persons in public life and the prevention, detection, and prosecution of acts of corruption. To examine whether the bill as drafted will, upon effective implementation, contribute to an ethos of fair dealings and compliance with the financial rules in government affairs, thereby combating corruption in public life. To examine and analyze whether the provisions of the bill which relate to financial disclosure will so deter citizens from offering themselves for public duty and service as to have a negative impact on the functioning of government. To consider whether the bill as drafted will be an effective and strong deterrent to corruption in public life in Barbados. And finally, sir, to make recommended changes, if deemed necessary, to the bill as drafted for further consideration by the Chief Parliamentary Council.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be sent to a joint select committee. Those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned bill is hereby sent before a joint select committee.
Speaker, we revert to government notices. I'll give notice of this. I give you one, I know it's paper. Give me this one. Need suspension, that's not in order. Suspension.
Speaker, I beg to give notice of the resolution to suspend Standing Order 61 of the Standing Orders of the House of Assembly for the duration of the Joint Select Committee's consideration of the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018.
Question is that the
Speaker, we revert to government business. Order number 2, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the House, to move the passing of a resolution that Standing Order 61 of the Standing Orders of the Honourable House of Assembly be suspended for the duration of the Joint Select Committee's consideration of the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018. No, just move.
I'd like to move, sir, that the standing order be suspended.
The question is that the aforementioned standing order be suspended. Those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing order is suspended.
We committal of announcements by Your Honour.
Message from the Honourable the House of Assembly to the Honourable the Senate. The Honourable the House of Assembly has the honour to inform the Honourable the Senate that on the 17th day of July 2018, the Honourable the House of Assembly committed the following bill: Integrity in Public Life Bill 2018 to a joint select committee of the two houses comprising several members of the Honourable the House of Assembly and 4 members of the Honourable the Senate, and has approved the following terms of reference for the committee. Terms of reference: 1, to inquire into and determine whether the bill as drafted effectively fulfills the express objects of promoting and maintaining the integrity of persons in public life and the prevention, detection, and prosecution of acts of corruption. 2, to examine whether the bill as drafted will, upon effective implementation, contribute to an ethos of fair dealings and compliance with the financial rules in government affairs, thereby combating corruption in public life. 3, to examine and analyze whether the provisions of the bill which relate to financial disclosure will so deter citizens from offering themselves for public duty and service as to have a negative impact on the functioning of government. 4, to consider whether the bill as drafted will be an effective and strong deterrent to corruption in public life in Barbados. And 5, to make recommended changes, if deemed necessary, to the bill as drafted for further consideration by the Chief Parliamentary Council. The House of Assembly has appointed the following members to the Joint Select Committee: the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, the Honourable Minister of Energy and Water Resources, the Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Partnership Relations, the Honourable Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Rural Development, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The House of Assembly has the honour to invite the Honourable the Senate to appoint 4 members to the Joint Select Committee, dated the 17th day of July, 2018.
Government business?
Mr. Speaker, with that, we have come to the end of government business for today. I wish, on speaking on the adjournment, to just remind honourable members and certainly the public of Barbados that the proceedings for the Select Committee will take place in the Senate chamber in the Parliament buildings and will be conducted in public. The proceedings will be streamed live on social media and broadcast on CBC wherever possible. Notice of the dates when the Select Committee will sit will be published in the news and print media, and the Select Committee will receive contributions in writing and orally, sir. And with that, I would beg to move that the sitting be adjourned until Tuesday, the 24th of July at 10 a.m.
Question is that this Honourable House be adjourned until Tuesday, the 24th day of July at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This Honourable House is adjourned until the 24th day of July at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.